Hello and welcome to Campaigns and Conquests. Today we're tackling 5 important mechanics in wargamings and RPGs. Well, simulation, realism, encumbrance. Not really mechanics technically, but definitely issues that need to be discussed, at least in my mind. XP for gold and the symbiotic relationship between certain systems and games. These topics often get a lot of debate. I understand. I just saw somebody on Twitter go, we've heard all this stuff before. I like to take a couple of different swings at it, and I'd like to put it in context with developing a game instead of just going back and forth on the merits. Whether you're a D&D fan or you're, not. So, the first thing was basically these have all just come from conversations I've had recently on the interwebs and got me thinking.
The interwebs. Hey, can you hear me okay, by the way?
Yes, we can.
Okay, good. I'm sorry. I don't think my microphone kind of glitched on me when the show first started. So I am here with everyone tonight. I'm your co-host Magenta, and of course, you're probably familiar with Storm already. So, yeah, I'll let you get back to it. I just wanted to make sure I was here.
Mic check. So,
Mic check, exactly. Sorry.
Going to bust into a really bad Rage Against the Machine, but simulation is something that came up, and we have talked about some of this before, but I just want to review that simulation is a term that is often used by people as some sort of invective or pejorative against a person and or a system or an idea. And that's not good. And when they do that, they're not understanding simulation. So even published game designers have made this ridiculous argument, and I don't, it's like, shouldn't you be past this by now? So it seems what people do is they purposefully or erroneously conflate simulator with simulation. And they're thinking of like some sophisticated flight simulator that they've seen on TV or might be aware of, not even a PC game. And that's not what this is about at all. So when they say you're trying, or they'll tell you that if you're trying to address something they don't like or don't feel is important to be addressed, then they'll tell you, well, you're trying to be a simulation. No. It's a simulation in the sense that we're talking about is a model or set of problems or events that, excuse me, that can be used to do just that, create a model of it. There has been simulations of, or attempts at simulations of human anatomy and its internal workings way back into the 19th century, if not earlier. The sophistication is not the point. It is not the metric in which we call something a simulation. So no, it's not. It's not you in that pilot.
Yeah, I mean, wouldn't tic-tac-toe be a simulated strategy game?
It would not. It would not.
Why not?
Because it's not trying to model anything. It's just a strategy war game.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I thought it was modeling a competition between players, but okay, maybe not.
Nope. That would be the definition of game.
Oh, well, okay. Fancy smarty pants.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry.
Sorry.
You can tell who the noob is here, can't you?
Yeah, simulation in gaming isn't about creating a one-for-one replica of reality or anything like that. But that's used as I say, there's a lot of hyperbole in these debates. And there's a lot of wrong-headed, use of terms. So I've had more than one person, including people who are published game creators, game designers of both role-playing games and war games say to me, well, you can't possibly simulate something because, you can't simulate a war game because you're not going to bleed. And it's one of those times where you can't possibly really think that's what people are doing. So you must be using that as a way to make them sound silly in amongst a public debate. And that's very disingenuous debate.
That's a basic straw man argument where
Right.
you just take it to the point of ridiculousness and then impugn that that's what the other person is actually arguing when nobody would really be that ridiculous.
Exactly. And because credentialism becomes almost a cultish obsession with a lot of people. Well, it was this guy and this guy did that. Therefore, this guy must know everything and must be right in everything he says. We get this a lot with Gary Gygax.
That is the death knell for any endeavor. Once you start saying that the guy from the past is the only guy who knows anything about anything, you are basically consigning your whatever it is that you love to the dustbins of history, because it will never grow anymore after that.
Well, that could be.
There will be no new innovation. There will be no chances at coming up with something brilliant and creative if you only rest on the laurels of the past. If everything has to be checked by some old dead dude.
Well, I mean, that's a different. I think that's a different argument than what I'm saying. What I'm saying is,
okay,
they're. I mean, not
I'm making a different argument then.
I think you're talking about we're kind of on different tracks.
David, with all due respect, he's not really a dead dude, is he?
What? Huh? Who's
what? Oh,
what?
I'm referring to the comments and he'd say Jesus is the exception to that, but
yeah, I didn't have the right window open.
That's kind of a resurrection thing.
Why are we going to a different place? So, but yeah, it's a logical fallacy in debate to argue from authority, and there's this. Well, you can't disagree with that because the creator of the thing said so. But like if you were to say on page 3, the second paragraph, third word is the, and you go, no, it's not. Then the guy saying, hey, I wrote that, I should know, that weighs a little bit different. But when you read something like my favorite, this came up several times today, and we've done it before, but we're going to do it again, is page 85 of the Advanced Dungeons and Dragons DMG. This little note that all these finger waggling people who think they're so in the know love to tap on about a particular mechanic that we'll get into later, but this is an idea of an argument of authority and how things are messed up. So the note reads as such. So I'm kind of jumping from simulation to Gold for XP, but what the hell? Let's go into it. So I hate Gold for XP with a fiery passion. But
I'm familiar with that. I've heard yes.
Oh God. Players who balk at equating gold pieces to experience points should be gently but firmly reminded that in the game certain compromises must be made. Well, that's condescending. I just bought a expensive hardcover book from you to learn rules, not to be chided. Why are you being condescending in your statements? And while there may be some truth to that, there is a lot of debate and a lot of difference in the way people design, because they look at what should be accounted for and what shouldn't be differently. And that's where a lot of the people go, oh, complexity and blah, blah, blah. I don't care about the logistics in a war game. So if you put logistics in it, then it's complex. But I really am into just as examples, I'm not saying me, just the person, I'm really into ballistics. So it better have some real in-depth look into how the bullets fly through the air.
Right.
And well, now that's just where you want to put the magnifying glass. And there might be somebody else who doesn't want to put it there, and they'll go, well, that game's too complicated because all that ballistic stuff is too hardcore. So while you're right, sort of, here's the rest. And this is Gary talking, sort of, oh, you can't, the great, brilliant man, all that stuff, whatever, but not infallible. So let's just, poof.
Right.
All right. And so here's the next one. This one always gets my go-to. This is why we're going to talk about realism. While it may be more, and in quotes, realistic. We'll get into that. For clerics, and then he gives a list of things in this note that are infuriating. And for somebody who was very intelligent and who created the game to write this out, you were sticking a finger in somebody's chest. You were poking at people. And the entirety of it is a subjective opinion. I don't think this is playable. Well, you're wrong. No game is unplayable. You don't like it. That's fine. You can, have your subjective opinion. You're welcome to it, as is everybody else.
Right.
This
I
is
just want to break in and acknowledge David's comment before it gets too far gone here to say he says he just wants a game. Some games are fun, even legendary. Others are meh. Doesn't care which one I'm currently involved in. I do my best to make them the funnest possible. And I think that is the best attitude to have, honestly. I'm kind of a game omnivore myself, so I'm down with that. And I think it is good to be open to different ideas and to not gatekeep as far as if that something has to meet like a standard of one specific standard to be in a game that's even worth trying. You know what I mean?
okay. So anyway,
Sorry. Yeah.
all right. But anyway,
Open.
more realistic. So, but here again, somebody who's very intelligent and who has made the game himself, to say this, you're trying to barb somebody. Now, I bought a set of rules. I want to learn how the game plays. I don't want to be lectured, chided, or have you pontificate about what your tastes in gaming complexity are. It's irrelevant to the material here. And frankly, it's worded in a very caustic manner. And why? I'm not that dude you had an argument with or whatever that led you to, so the whole thing is just asinine. But the thing is, it's not some personal, I'm not having an argument with Gary from the grave over it. What pisses me off is that there's people that keep pulling this thing out and throwing it in my face because of the obnoxious wording of gently but firmly reminded. And no, Sporto, no. Don't, it's not really reality. What you've done here is give a list of things, many of which are conducted in the game on a daily basis. So you're saying that your own game is unplayable. Well, reading scrolls as a magic user is not, what's the end of this? Not realistic, is realistic, but conducive to non-game boredom. That's why I've been reading scrolls in the last version of this game and this version. What? Prayer. Oh, I remember my clerics praying all the time. Didn't really slow down the game. Certainly didn't make it unplayable. Certainly wasn't something that they found a chore or didn't want to do. So what the hell? So what you have here is a subjective opinion and a weirdly written one, a straw man argument that people have continually tapped on as being some sort of credible counter argument to a criticism of a bad mechanic simply because it was written by one guy. And that guy can't be criticized because that guy is the guy. But like any other man, he's infallible. He has opinions, and and this is an opinion. This is a subjective pontification, not a rule. So it certainly is arguable, certainly isn't black and white, and certainly isn't factual. But people like to invoke names. Rob said, but Gary said. No. So, and as far as realistic, let's get back to realism. So What is realism? Well, this is the problem. We don't want realism. We're playing a fantasy game. This is what we talked about last time we brought this up. But if you're
Mhm.
playing in Star Wars, there is an internal consistency. There is a set of
Uh,
rules, unwritten as they are, about how things work, regardless of the fact that it's a fictional setting. Same thing goes with Harry Potter or anything else, right?
right. Internal consistency is important. I think without it, you really kind of can't have a game at all. Um, I mean, and it doesn't matter what kind of game it is, whether it's a role playing game or anything else. If the rules change from one play session to the next, and nothing is something you can count on as far as you know how I mean if in baseball all of a sudden third base was home plate randomly for no reason, you couldn't play the game. And the same is true when it comes to role playing games.
Right. And so what happens is that even some of the founders say, well, you can't be limited. It's all imagination and all that. But listen, here's the thing. If I play hand number 1 with Joker's Wild and hand number 2 Jokers aren't wild, it's not a matter of imagination and open systems or any of that stuff that gets hurled out by people who are about it's all about imagination. Of course it is. But if you're going to bait and switch basic details, they don't even have to be rules. Well, now X-Wings have Death Star lasers on them. Well, yesterday they didn't. Well, now they do because imagination, it's not a real thing anyway. We just make up whatever we want as we go. Okay. Well, now my 5 of clubs beats an ace of spades. Why? Well, imagination, and I want to beat your full house today. So you
When I
can't
was
just
a
be
kid, we
changing
used to
shit
play
around like
that
that.
way.
Yeah, that's not
When we would play
changed.
kickball down at
Mhm.
the corner lot, the empty lot, everybody had one of these back. If you were a Gen X kid, you had one of these. There was an empty lot that was going to be developed, and they had just cleared all the trees off of it or something, and everybody would go there and play, stickball, or they play, in our case, kickball, and generally in that case, the rules were made by whoever brought the ball. It was always like that. And so if that person was losing, guaranteed middle of the game, they would come up and go, well, you can bunt now. Well,
Right.
wait, we weren't able to do that before. Well, now you
Yeah.
can.
Right.
Why? Because I just bunted and I need to be able to win that way.
Right.
It
So the
was
counter
basically
argument
like
is,
that.
yeah, and they,
It was
you'll get
crazy.
right. You'll get this argument. Well, you're stifling imagination by having some sort of closed system. No, you're keeping people within the realm of playing. It's a game. If you want unbridled, I'm just going to make shit up as I go. You're no longer playing a game. There's nothing wrong with that kind of creativity of writing and fiction and authors and all that. That's fine. But look, even if I mean, this becomes a matter of just taste or whatever. But the fact of the matter is, if you write a 3-part story, 3 novels, and there's an internal consistency, only certain people have the Force, whatever it is. I mean, like with Star Wars,
Oh,
it
but
was
that's not true. Um, the force is in every living thing.
well,
Aren't you
and all of a sudden that's what I was getting to. So then all of a sudden in the third prequels, now it's some blood disorder that can be gauged with a needle all of a sudden, you know, and some people are like, "What are you so upset about? It's just a story, I'm just coming up with." And people are like, "But dude, you've fundamentally, same with Han Solo.
Mhm.
Han shot first isn't just nerds being overly sensitive or autistic. You've taken a guy who was a rebel, who was just not that kind of rebel, just kind of the outside of society, lives by his own rules, is out for himself, and turned him in from this. It's just alignment. Basically, it was an alignment shift. He shot that dude first because he was kind of a neutral, maybe neutral good, but still neutral. And at the end of the day,
Well,
he
he was
wasn't.
experienced. He knew if he didn't,
Well,
he'd be
and
dead.
then there was now he's some paladin who couldn't possibly draw on somebody without being provoked. And to do that, we had to put this steaming pile of cow dung shot where he looks like his head's dodged a bullet from 5 feet away and all. Now you get into all sorts of things. So now you can dodge blaster fire sitting down, half chilled out, looking like you just smoked half a spleef sitting in a bar, but just made a little move. The whole thing became stupid. And that's the whole, well, you're just being silly about internal consistency. No, people want to, they get into something and they want to live in that world. That doesn't mean that world doesn't have guidelines. And the definition of is a game is you compete within the rules of the game. The game has rules. Take away rules, you ain't got no game. So that's
Right.
more what realism is about, is internal consistency, more so than people who use the disingenuous argument that, well, if you want realism, you want a simulator. And people who say you can't, I heard a long-winded or read a long-winded tirade about this from people, again, who just are immediately accepted that whatever they say must be God's honest truth, because one time they made a D&D module and they said this stuff where, well, you put all this information in this thing, you can't and say it's realism and simulation. You still haven't gotten any closer to be simulation because you're not really there. 2 people have told me, because your war game isn't realistic because you're not being shot.
Yeah, that's I think that's a reach. I think that's where an argument goes on so long that somebody has there's a point where you're in any kind of argument or any kind of battle, for that matter, wars or whatever, where you, like, neither side wants to admit defeat so badly that they will, like, bend reality around. It's kind of like they try and use the force. No, I'm kidding. But it's this where you can just I once had an argument with a guy who was making the case that people didn't need each other to live in societies, that it was ridiculous that we should all be like extreme individualism is what I would call his the case he was making, to the point where he insisted that babies did not need to, that they could survive on their own.
Right.
And I'm like, then you've never been around a baby. Right. I mean, 2 days of lack of care and that baby's a goner. But anyway. Right. That's reality. But in order to make his argument, he had to make the case that that wasn't true.
Right.
And he did, which then it's like, okay, you can't really believe that, but he insisted he did. But I know he didn't, because nobody is that insane.
So you're right. So it's but because the guy has got, I'm this guy and I did this thing, then what I say is absolute gospel truth. And you've got these people who will come at you like before. That's why that note, like I said, makes me so mad, because they'll people right here, bro, I've got the wisdom, I've got the knowledge because it's in this book that's printed and this guy wrote it, and it's not a Bible and it's not Christ, and no, it's not right. And it doesn't matter that in 1973 this guy helped make this or he wrote this. If you say something wrong or stupid, so there's people that had degrees from Harvard that couldn't say the word strategy. Stupid. Even though you've got the piece of paper, still stupid. So
I don't like to call anybody stupid, but there are different levels of expertise in different subjects, and everybody is smart in their own way.
Well, but here's the thing. When, like I said, that's why I went back to, that's why I keep hovering around that page 85 note, because you know a guy, I mean, even not personally, you know that he's well educated, you know that he's got an incredible vocabulary, you know that he's brilliant and can think things through because he made this thing, and then he writes that, which is just a pile of horseshit that has all sorts of contradictions and silliness in it. And you know that there's no way you just suddenly dropped an IQ when you wrote this paragraph. You're writing this because you have some sort of beef, or you want to poke somebody or barb somebody in some way. So my sister was like that. She had a great vocabulary, but when she wanted to tongue lash you, she'd get real stupid and do stuff like that and come up with these kinds of arguments. So I don't know who he was who he was going after. But he'd get mad at people that were critics, and put his angst into writing. That's what got him. I'm not saying he's any of the things people are accusing him of. There's people who accuse him of a lot of ridiculous things, but when he was getting undue criticism from some hack that said if you took a miniature that from a D&D, there was a person that said this, that if you took out lead miniatures and threw it into a fire, the lead miniature would scream because it was possessed by the devil.
Oh, I remember that. That was the whole what
Yeah.
they were trying. That kind of thing is why I couldn't find any D&D players. This is kind of moving along to a slightly different topic, which I hope is okay. But along the same way, that conviction that it was an evil pursuit was why I never got a chance to play.
Well,
because of the concept that it was going to lead to all kinds of. It was like a
we know the satanic panic thing, but the
panic.
The point.
And hi, Tony. I'm sorry. I want to take a moment to say hi to to Tony. Was I describing a snot infested virus infested snot bomb? Probably, yes. That's what Storm refers to babies as. They are disease vectors. And it's true. Actually, I had one in my house earlier today. And poor thing, she had a fever and was carrying some viruses. And I had to use a grabber to feed her medicine. No, I'm kidding. I didn't do that.
But anyway, trying to keep it on track with what we're talking about. So the point I brought up the thing with the screaming is he seems to get mad at people and then put it into writing. So whoever he's poking at with that rule, it's now become some sort of gospel verse that people page through and act like these writings are a Bible. But realism is a very achievable thing. It doesn't make the game boring. I think that what it is there's a lot of people that just, math is a problem for you or whatever it is. So you don't want to do it. And that's fine. You don't have to do anything you want. But when you turn the I don't like it into it's unplayable and overburdensome and all that, that's just slinging mud at something you don't like. It's just easier and less abrasive. You'd have less of these arguments and debates if you just go, that ain't my thing. I'm not into that. Okay, cool. But instead, it's the most difficult thing in the world, and that's terrible. And it's unplayable and too complex and tedious and in the woods and blah, blah, and on and on and on you go. And that stuff just becomes too much to listen to when it's invoked in every conversation. But when you're doing things, examples of realism in games, it's as simple as taking into account the fact that you're on a planet. The planet has physics. It doesn't matter if it's a fantasy world. If you throw a rock in the air, you say, hey, DM, I'm going to pick up that stone and throw it in the air. What's the DM going to say? Is it going to come back down? Then you have gravity. And if you have gravity, you have weight, you have mass, you have air friction and all that sort of stuff. That's why your arrow doesn't fly forever. It's got a range. That's realism. You're accounting for the fact that in the world that you're simulating, because that's what that means, and you're simulating being inside that world and operating your little meat puppet character inside of it, then the things that would happen if you were that meat puppet character, like a rock being thrown in the air and coming back down, something like that. That's all simulation. That's all realism. It doesn't mean we're going to NASA and running quadratic equations or anything like that.
But can we, if we really want to?
Sure. You can go to space camp and learn that stuff. So time and distance, weather changes, how, if you're inclined to do it, how wounds have consequences, bleeding, limping from leg wounds or something like that. The kind of thing that some of the games that are now considered so ultra complicated equated for. That's just the realism, and what's happened is, well, anyway, what's happened is it's become, instead of, like I said, I don't want to get repetitive, but it's become a ball of mud to hurl at people instead of something to aspire to or address or talk about. And that's why these things get me a little wound up. And
Yeah, I'm assuming that something happened on the internet today on the interwebs.
all this stuff has gone over a week. These are just topics that came up. Encumbrance is another one. Now
Oh,
here's a little
gotcha.
something different, and but the thing with encumbrance, here's what happens. Encumbrance is, again, that's realism. Picking something up, that something has mass and weight. Actually, but you can't pick anything up. So, but this constant drive to make everything ultra simple. When I say, and you'll hear me say it a lot, when I say maybe you should go to a video game, I'm not trying to be rude. I'm just saying, hey, it's just like if you were in a supermarket and said, hey, I'm looking for the broccoli, but I can't find it. Aisle 5. That's not telling you you're bad or dumb or anything. I can tell what you're looking for. It's over there. So what people have done, a lot of people have done is they've changed encumbrance because it feels too, I don't know, burdensome, ironically, or whatever.
It's
Uh,
annoying. This is why it became a thing. It's annoying to get to a point you've struggled to get somewhere and then to be halted by a verifiable fact of nature that things are heavy and have mass and hold you down and weigh you down and keep you from being able to complete that jump you want to make across that crevasse safely because you are carrying 3 suits of armor and magic
right.
items and
Sure. And that's
all your
where,
camp rations
and
and
that's exactly where I go.
everything but the kitchen sink.
189.99 Nintendo right on the shelf over there.
Yeah.
That's your solution, because
But no. I'm here.
uh,
I'm just explaining to you why it became that way.
well, again, and that's why people should, if people have that complaint, you're on the wrong thing. Your piece of paper, your book, your pencil, and your dice are never going to be digitized. They're never going to do everything for you. You're never going
And
to get
see,
instant gratification out of them. So if you want that, that's where the computer comes in. There's nothing wrong with it. You just, why not use what you want to use? If you want that, you don't want to have to, do any calculations. If all that stuff is too much, because here's what slots is. Slots is a video game mechanic, and people are bringing it to tabletop, which is just further uh, confirming that there's video game players that, for whatever reason, keep looking at tabletop to scratch their itch, and I don't get why. When you have the computer right there that will do all the stuff
there,
that you're complaining about without even blinking an eye. So,
if
and when you use slots, you haven't solved the encumbrance problem. What you've done is you've video gamed it out of existence. Encumbrance was about, think of this. Have you ever moved? This isn't just about weight. Just hear me out. Have you
yeah,
ever moved something? Like moved your apartment? Most of you have at some point had to move somewhere. And there's all of the hauling stuff. Just hear me out, because it's not
I'm
about
listening.
just being about weight. Now add a 30-foot slippery hallway to that move. Slippery hallway that's not up to code. It's not 8-foot high ceilings. It doesn't have 4 or 5-foot wide uh, space between the walls. It's filled with rocks and crap that you have to step over. It's probably smells bad and might be damp. It's dark. You have to crouch in certain positions, and there's nothing about the place that's open, and it's very tight and narrow. And now take your dresser drawer and haul it out of that. And it's not just a doorway, it's a 30-foot or maybe more long hallway that you're hauling that thing down. Changes everything. And the whole point of encumbrance is that there's a spectrum. It's with slots, this is how much you can carry, and that's it. There's no gray area. So all you're doing is playing around with a puzzle game. Well, I can, if I change my sword to go this way, then I can put 2 more bags of gold and all that. It kills the entire idea of encumbrance.
Well, yes,
Because you were supposed to be able to be at a place where, well, I can only move well, if I have a little bit too much, I'm kind of slow. If I have a little bit more, I'm really slow. Then there was the cutoff poise comparison, but it's not just encumbrance. Encumbrance works when you use, and this is the rest of the story where we were talking about uh, uh, symbiotic game mechanics, because encumbrance doesn't work until you have fatigue and time, and you take proper consideration of the map and the length that you might have to walk to go from the room that you're hauling the stuff out of to the exit to get it safely out of the dungeon or wherever it is. And if you nerf all that stuff because it's complex, you've become this elephant that has no rest, an unwind. You can't run out of wind. You can carry more than any 10 men can, and you can do it in whatever time you feel like is easy. People didn't want to do this in certain games I played. That's all too much and all that stuff. So all of a sudden you could go from a city to 3 miles down the road in a blink of an eye. And we forgot some stuff. We'll just go back and pick it up. We don't really want to worry about carrying that stuff. That's why I gave my people a bag of holding, because I knew that was all going to be a big issue. So that just got rid of it, because you can't.
well, yeah. And here's the thing, that it's all the things you say are true, but there's also another element that I think you're neglecting, and that is people's nature of hoarding and collecting. A lot of people, especially, I think it's maybe more prevalent. I may be making a stereotype, and I don't want to do that though. But just an observation that I've had so far about myself and other people that I have played with. But especially me, it definitely pertains to me because I've played Lotro, which is a role-playing game, MMORPG, but still a lot of the same elements apply. And one of the things I've spent, and I don't spend money on a lot of things on games and stuff like that, but one thing that I have is like extra bags. I want to be able to carry everything. I ran around with a character that had like birch trees in their bags. I'm running around all over Middle Earth carrying 3 birch trees in my bags for my next house because I didn't know where I wanted to put them in the yard, and I didn't want to get rid of them, and they're just in my extra bags. And realistically, could I run around with 3 birch trees sticking out of my bags? Hell no, of course not. But I didn't want to get rid of them because they're I want to keep my trees. They're mine. I'm hoarding those. And that's what I find fun. And managing them. Oh, you can tell everyone, Storm. I don't mind if you tell on me how many hours in the game you have to are you done playing with your bags yet? Because for me, that kind of stuff is fun. And so I think that's
all video game stuff, though.
That's not video game stuff. If there's a psychological, if something is mine, I want to keep it. If I have to drop it to make that leap over the crevasse to get to the other side, I don't want to have to do that.
Well, you're right. That's why you go play the video game.
It's not about the complexity of adding something up or taking no, it's about, I don't want to dump my shit on the ground and have to leave it there. And what if somebody comes along and steals it? I don't want to have to do that.
Why wouldn't you just play the video game? I don't get. See, this is the whole
video
thing I don't
games is
get.
no different. I mean, even in the video games, I'm hoarding. It's. I think that there is this is my stuff, and I want all my stuff.
Yeah, but I don't understand how that.
I don't know. I don't know why it's that way. I'm just saying.
Yeah, but I don't understand what that psychology stuff has to do with what we're doing here with the encumbrance part. I don't get it. I mean, I understand what you're saying about hoarding to some degree, but
because encumbrance is the antithesis of hoarding. You can't hoard if you have the consequence.
Well, here's the thing, because here's what is connected. The rest of the connection, it's gold for XP. Now you don't want to have to carry stuff. You don't want to have to put stuff away. One of the reasons for that is because a lot of people use gold for XP, and I say it ass backwards because it's fun. But when you don't have any restriction on that, and every gold piece is a power pellet that makes you more powerful because you're going to level up if you score big on on gold, then of course you don't want to have to be restricted. All that hoarding stuff you talked about, people, well, no, I want every goddamn piece because I'm going to jump a bunch of levels. And then people came out and they said, well, there's a way that restricts that inside the rules. Well, do they play those rules, or are those rules complex too? So what happens is it becomes like a game of Jenga. If you delete one rule, all of a sudden a bunch of other ones don't really work well anymore. It's like an engine where you've pulled out a cylinder or a camshaft, but you still want it to, some things are symbiotic, and all that stuff work together to be a logistical chain on just changing the game into Scrooge McDuck or Gauntlet when you're just running around grabbing bags of gold as fast
No,
as you can.
I get your point, and it's totally valid. It's like saying, "Hey, I want a I want a game that's like a sports car, but I don't want those wheels because they're like getting in the way. They're too much."
Right.
You can't
And
have
they
a
just
game.
want to,
Yeah, you can't take the wheels off of it and still call it the sports car. But I mean, well, you could keep it in your front yard on cinder blocks. I've seen that in real life, by the way. But that's it. It's just I think it's just one of those things where people will start out playing the rules, and then as they get into it and they start accumulating stuff, and they're faced with that choice.
I understand. I get what you're saying, but what I'm talking about is the rules and how they work together to prevent that. And you have hoarding because you have bags that have very little limitation to them. Again,
Right.
and it's the conflation of taking, it's people taking video game mechanics and applying them to paper games. Obviously, you want to play a video game. You want it to play like I want it to play like that. So
But
here's what they
Lotro
did. Here's
had
what they did. This video game. I want this video game to play like the paper game. Why?
Lord
But
of
why
the
not
Rings
just play the
Online
video game?
had the same limit. It had limitations when we first
So
started playing that game all those years ago. You could only have 3 bags. You got 3 bags, and you had to go to a town with a vault to drop all your stuff off. If you had more stuff in your bags than you had room for, you would have to like dump whatever loot you got, and then you'd have to run back to town and put all your stuff in the vault manually. And then they developed, now if you have a subscription, you don't even have to do that. You can just put your stuff in the
right.
vault. You can access your vault anywhere you are.
Exactly. So even when you're
Yeah.
playing a video game, it gets so ridiculous because people just, I don't want like that time, everything that for
The
one.
curse of a fast food nation, honey. That's what it is.
Yeah, well, so you get to the point where why are you playing a paper analog game if this kind of impatience is commanding your decision making? Why are you not playing a video game at that point? It doesn't
Oh,
make any sense.
okay. Video game, and whether it's a video game or gaming, I think people have the same desire to do what makes things easier for them and more beneficial to them in
Right.
the game.
Then go get the video game.
It's not, but no, I mean, this goes deeper than that, in my opinion, because, and I'm guilty of it too. I think everybody in games can be. So when faced with an inconvenient rule, there is the temptation to go, well, that's just too complicated. Why do we even need that?
Right.
But it's not really
Video game.
complicated. It's not really a complicated rule. It's an inconvenient rule because
Sometimes
it's
that's the
gonna
case. That's true.
if it's gonna negatively impact you in some
Right.
way,
That's
if you're gonna
sometimes the
have
case.
to struggle to work around it, that inconvenience translates to a complication, because now I have to really use my decision-making skills. I have to sacrifice something to gain something else.
I know.
That's really kind of part of learning the hero's journey, in my opinion. That's kind of one of the things that should be a sacrosanct part of the game. If you're
Excuse
going to
me.
play a hero, heroes come upon difficult times. They have to give up gold for glory sometimes. That's kind of part of the lessons the heroes learn. I mean, if you're going through the whole archetype of a hero, that's one of the major lessons.
Right.
You don't get You don't get to the goal, even if it's your goal is the pearly gates, if you're a cleric or something. You don't get there by accumulating gold. That's not how that works, right? Or I don't know, maybe I'm getting that wrong, but I'm no expert. But the point is that there's always some sort of inconvenience, sacrifice, or trouble that you have to overcome. There's a puzzle to solve. There's a complication that arises.
Yeah, but you can
If
do all
you
that in a video game. I mean,
no. You're missing what I'm saying. I'm saying that the rules are there to replicate what it is to be a hero. And that includes having to make decisions like giving up that loot you really wanted or that gold you really wanted because it's necessary to
right.
complete the
But what
mission.
I'm saying is people just don't want to do that. So
Some
gauntlet.
people don't. Some people do, and some people don't. I'm making the case for doing it that way
Oh yeah.
because
Well, I mean, you're not.
that's where
Yeah,
okay,
I mean, you're right, but you can't convince. I think that the problem is that the people that are into this kind of play, they're already convinced. You're not going to reverse them.
well, okay, and that goes for you too, but still you're making your arguments. I'm just basically saying
They're
that
not. I'm just saying that what's happening is instead of people are coming in and bringing video game mentality to a paper game, and they're so loud about it that gaming is becoming this kind of attempt to make paper games video games. And it's
okay,
just going to eradicate any fun out of it. Why, if it's just there's a meme that's perfect for this. It's some dude in a house that looks like he's a bouncer. I don't know where the picture originally came from, but there's two, the bouncer, like this, and then there's a second pane where it's the same guy opening the door. And when it's applied to a lot of things like memes are, but in gaming, it's this. Want to join the hobby? It's the dude opening the door. Want to change the hobby? It's the dude standing in front of it. And if you want to change the hobby to a video game, stop. I don't want a video game. I want a
okay.
tabletop game. Go play you already got a video game. Go play it.
I get what you're saying. However, I don't think that it's fair to blame video games for all of this
I'm not
because
blaming video games. I'm saying the
you
people
kind of
that are
are in
coming.
a way.
No, no, I'm not. No, I'm not. What I'm saying is you're coming to you're coming to an apple orchard looking for an orange. Go back to the orange. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, I just see it as a different, and this, respectfully, we can disagree on this because we've done these shows for quite a while, and we don't always agree with each other. But in this particular case, I think that it's deeper than just the desire for the ease of a video game, the clickbait stuff. I don't think that people would go through I mean, personally, myself, I've played video games for a long time, but I've still always longed for playing in a like Dungeons and Dragons type
All
of
right.
role playing game with other people because it's more of an interactive, it's more creative. You're not, that's what appeals to me, but it's also
But all
the
that stuff is
adventure. It's the hold on, I'm sorry, if you could let me get to the end point, because sometimes the points I make, and I forgive me, you guys, sometimes my points are not a clear A to B. They're A to F, back to C, over to H. But anyway, even though I'm going to hop around a little bit, the point that I'm trying to make is that what's exciting about playing an adventuring type game like Dungeons and Dragons to me, and this may vary for different people, is that it is trying to accomplish something that's difficult, that you're trying to overcome obstacles. You're trying to get out of sticky situations, like you find yourself faced with a seemingly impossible task, like a small group of 4 or 5 people taking on a dragon, for crying out loud. That's not easy to do. Most people would die doing that. So in order to get to that point where you can reach, whether the end game is a dragon or some other creature, where you could get to the point where you could realistically build your characters up and get to the point where you could actually succeed at something like that, that's exciting to me. It's I mean, to kind of try and make it easy by dumping some of the rules that are inconvenient is a cheat in a way, and to me, that steals the victory out of it. And that's where I come from, where I would prefer the rules where, yeah, you don't have unlimited arrows in your quiver. You don't have a great big, that kind of, anyway. Oh, cool. So, thanks for posting that on there where everybody can see what David is mentioning here. Um, Delvers. Okay. I would love to do that. Actually, May 22nd. Okay. I'd be interested in playing that. That would be kind of fun. Basic D&D.
So,
but do you? And I know it took me a long time to get there, but do you get what I'm saying? The adventure, the overcoming the obstacles is why I want to play. So if you take all those obstacles away because you're trying to strip the rules down to, I mean,
it ruins
doesn't
it.
matter
I
how
don't
far you
have any
go. If
fun
you
with,
take it all the way down to Candyland level, you know
right.
what I mean? You could
It just
really
becomes
strip it down if
boring.
you wanted to. Yeah, but yeah, you're taking
No fun.
you're taking away the reason that I wanted to play it, which is that it is challenging. So
Right. If it's
not everybody feels that way though, and that's
well,
okay for
go play
them.
the video game then. I mean, here's the thing.
Or something that
No,
is
don't
less
play the video
challenging.
game.
I
Just
I
play
get
the
what you're
video game.
saying. It's kind
Here's
of
the thing.
like
If you don't have the patience to sit at a table and have a conversation with somebody over a board game, why are you trying to change board gaming into video games? You go
well,
play the
yeah,
video
I
game.
don't. I still, again, I don't think that's what people were trying to
But
do.
that's what they
But
are. Here's the point. Here's the thing. They took a video game mechanic, and this is not the first time, and they brought it to board gaming or to tabletop role playing. Well, this is easy because math hard and all that stuff. Look, if you want to play that way, if this is your comfort level with mechanics, why would you want to take it's like this? It's like saying, I want to play Diablo, but I want to play Diablo on a well, wait a minute, I got to get the technology right. I want to do it on an 8086 16 megahertz. I want to do it in really slow motion, but not that slow because I don't want to have to calculate anything. What?
yeah,
Why do you want
I
to
don't
do
know.
that?
I don't want to kind of read people's minds, but I just think that what I'd like to see, and I don't, if they want to do that with their gaming time and they want to find other players who want to
But
do
this
that
here's the thing.
too.
Here's the thing. But wait a minute. Here's the problem. This is where everybody goes, well, it's just, you can do what you want and it's all laid back. But the problem is that when people come in and do this in spades, there's people that start going, well, if I want to sell this stuff, I'm going to have to do what they want. The majority of
Right.
people, the loudest people are all,
The
so
race to the bottom. The
we
race
all of a
to
sudden,
Candyland is on.
all of a sudden, everything that's for sale
Right.
in RPG is here, flip a penny and you can find out if you win or not. Here it is. Just add a number, add this number to that number, no higher than 3 because we want to stay simple. And all of a sudden, everything, because you know what I
hear
mean?
your frustration on that, and I get what you're saying, but I think that
When they could have been
the
satisfied with what they had in video games instead of coming and ruining my shit.
that's the essence of what I was kind of trying to get to. So if somebody wants to play their own kind of game that is pared down, that is maybe it's a time factor. Maybe I don't want to. I
Video
mean,
games.
yeah, okay.
Sorry, but
I hear what you're saying, but I think you're wrong about that one. Honestly,
oh,
my honest
well,
opinion
that's
is
true. But because
I
here's the thing,
don't think that people want. I think that
that's
they
not that.
want.
Here's
Okay.
a difference. Here's a difference between speed in gaming and speed in video games and speed in tabletop gaming. Remember the time we played Galactic Battlegrounds? And actually, that wasn't you. It was me and Tony. We played Galactic Battlegrounds, and
Uh-huh.
we kept saving it because it went on forever. And Galactic Battlegrounds was one of the few games I can think of that had an elapsed timer that only ran when you played. When you hit pause or you hit save, it would stop the elapsed timer. But when you loaded the game, it would start right up.
Yeah.
And there was this one play. He had this one island with a fortress that was you could not get. I would keep building all my stuff and try to hit it and get white. It just kept going like that forever. It was like the total time played was 14 hours.
Wow.
But if Tony and 5 other people said, I said to them, let's play this with Star Wars Miniatures Battles from West End Games. They wouldn't want any part of it. There's a calculate math and complexity and charts and blah blah blah. But I could play many scenarios, most scenarios, even big scenarios, in shorter period of time than 14 hours. But 14, it's just basically the long way of saying time flies when you're having fun. You're fully engaged and you've got instant gratification. You hit a button, it does something, it makes a cool noise, and you just keep on going and going and going like that. So 14 hours blows past. You ever played a game because you just keep going, one more turn? I just got this game for Christmas. This is such a great game. I got to keep playing. I got to keep playing.
Turn-based games, Heroes of Might and Magic 5.
And all of a sudden you start hearing the birds chirping, and you thought it was 1:30 in the morning.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and that's what some people want. And you can have it right there in your computer screen.
Those games get lonely
with that.
to me, though. They get like completely lonely and devoid of human interaction because, I mean, okay, maybe you're just doing, I mean, not just the single player mode, but it's this turn-based thing where I can't know what you're doing on your turn, and you can't know what I'm doing on my turn. So even though we're playing together, we're not really playing together. And it becomes this kind of, I don't know. It to me, it's less connection than playing a game of checkers with someone.
Right.
Even though you don't really have to talk during checkers either, but you're at least looking at that person face to face. I'm kind of reminded of that scene in American Gods where they had that checkers match, and then where he was playing against that.
I know I ran people off, but here's the thing. What I'm trying to say is, so I think Dave left, but the thing is
well, yeah, I think he did. He said he had to go.
Oh, okay. Well, I think he left because I was on a rampage. But the point, the thing is, what?
You are quite. I'm not going to disagree with you. You're on a rampage, and
I had an extra cup of coffee. Sorry, but the thing is this. I'm not trying to get people to play a certain way. All I'm saying is that the conversation that surrounds these games on social media is permeated with constant, nonstop complaints, bitching, and discussion about how to make these things so simplistic that any 10-year-old should be able to play them. And some people go, yeah, that's a good thing. All right, fine. But this is, play any way you want.
There should be games that any 10-year-old can play. Those are the introductory games. And then there should also be games.
If you're all about, well, people should be any way they want to be and they can play any way they want, then quit saying that, well, when I play that coin flip game, that's accessible and fun and enjoyable. But then tell the people that, well, that other way that person plays is hard and clunky and boring and takes too long. Where's all the kumbaya?
Right.
You know what I mean?
Well, and to be fair, though, when you tell other people the games that they want to play, give up on that and go play a video game. It's not. I mean, that's where I think.
No, but here's the thing: if you're complaining that the game takes too long to play, and after I had another guy just today. Oh, hey, do you play those old miniature games? Yeah. ASL. Yeah. Well, I used to play them. I just don't have the time anymore. Okay. Well, do you want to play it? You're here in a game room right now talking about games. So if you liked that game and you wanted to play it, there are ways to do so. Well, and all of a sudden now they've changed their mind. So really what they're saying is, yeah, well, I remember that game, but it kind of sucked. Just say that, because you do have the time. You've just spent an hour and a half inside a chat room watching games. I love this little thing too. I've seen people do this all the time. I'm so slammed. I couldn't play one of these games. I used to be able to do it all the time. Have you looked at your data usage on Twitter? Because you're here 3 or 4 hours a day. Most of these games didn't take that long to play. Play one off, maybe 3 or 4 hours in the afternoon. That's all you needed.
Right.
So if it's not, so it can't be the time. So why are you attributing it to the time if it's not really the time? Why
Well,
don't you just say what you mean? We wouldn't have as much conflict, and we might be able to have a better choice of products if people just said what the hell they meant, and didn't have people who were designing things chasing around all these cliches and talk and stuff. Well, everything's too hard. Now everything's too simple because everybody talks about how hard it is, instead of just saying, well, you know what, I'd rather have jelly than peanut butter. You know what I mean? That's where I'm coming from. Not, oh, you're playing wrong or any of that crap. You know. Sorry.
yeah. I mean, but I think that you've got to maybe take a moment and think that other people's perspective may be more nuanced and complex than you think, and they may not be telling it all to you, which they do or don't share what they want to. So I guess that's their right. But to me, what I would stick with is there are people, I'm one of them. I know there are other people out there who want a game that is challenging. They want a game that's fun though. I mean, there is a point where if you're having, I mean, you have to kind of gauge a game based on fitting it to the people who are wanting to play it, to some extent. But then there's also sometimes where people grow into a game, where you start off with the simple rules of a game. People get into it and then they find, you know what, I'm enjoying this, but I want something a little more. Sometimes though, it goes the other way around, where people are like, I really like this game, but I don't have as much time as I used to, and I want a faster version of it, or I want a more pared down version of it, or I want something different than what I thought I wanted when I started playing it. I think it's just the nature of game playing. But
Yeah.
I think one of the things that might be useful to do is to look at what it is. What is the purpose of the game? Is it a game where you are trying to, have quick results and quick responses? Yeah, then a video game is probably going to be the way to go. Is it something where you're looking to like interact with people in a cooperative kind of gameplay that where you accomplish something that you feel proud of at the end? Then you probably want a game that's a little bit more like what you're talking about, or maybe a lot more like what you're talking about. A game where you have to work together with the members of your team, that your fellow adventurers, and you have to overcome some really tough challenges, and you might die a couple times, before you reach the end goal, or you might have to have 3 or 4 characters. It might be an adventure that lasts, over multiple months and filled with surprises and, a living campaign. I think there's still a role for that, but I don't know. That's just me.
I don't think so. I mean,
Well,
and the reason why I don't think so is because anytime you bring something like that up to the larger community, they just huff off and go, "Oh, that's too complex." So clearly, it's not a thing. It's it.
well, what are you
My
saying
my
then?
whole my whole whole like. Here's the thing. Other people look at me and go, "You're just old and mad that things are different now." Okay, maybe, but that's still acknowledging that things are different. The things that are different is nobody wants to play these games. Um,
You
they
keep
want to play,
saying that, but that's not true.
but it is. What?
Okay.
Why do you think it's not true? What are you talking about? What I'm
Well,
saying
I
is,
still want to, but unless I've suddenly became nobody, I mean, I still want to play the games. I know
well,
I
yeah,
do.
but name
You do.
the games.
Well, I'm open to all of them. I'm,
Oh,
you
are
know,
you? I'll crack a book and you'll change that tune fast. Here, you want to see one? Let's do this.
wait, now if you're okay, I think you should stop before you get into what are you trying to prove a point that there's going to be a game that's too complex? Well, if you break out Advanced Squad Leader,
No, 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 no.
haven't
Well,
taken
see,
me
there
through
you
the
go.
introductory levels and I'm not familiar with it, and you just throw me into the back of the book where it's like,
Well,
okay.
that's not it. Just wait, just wait. That's not it. But everybody does like to use that one as some, but here's the thing,
I know,
90%,
that's why I
90,
mentioned it.
yeah, well, I know, but 90% of the people that invoke that ain't never looked at it outside of the cover. And it's not half as bad as they think.
You see,
Here's the
that's
thing,
that's the thing, it gets a reputation like that, but
right?
what you are
Because
about to
they get
prove.
they no 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 calling everything complex because it uses a certain mechanic or a certain die or it's just from a certain um, uh, calendar date. That's what furthers that. I've had people to explain to me what wargaming is, and their explanation is indicative that they have never touched one, and that all they are doing is explaining what they've heard through the grapevine on the internet. So no, that's not what furthers it. It's this constant talk about everything being too complicated and too hard to play. And that's one of the reasons why I go, you're ruining it for everybody if it's that much of a chore to play an analog game. That's why we have the video game now.
No,
And
that's
people,
not why we have the video game.
well, yes, it is, and that's why a lot of people made the change. There's one fellow that streams. I haven't talked to him in a while, but I used to go and watch his streams every once in a while, and he plays World of Tanks, not
Uh-huh.
exclusively, but he plays some other strategy-based war games that are all video games. And I talked to him, and I says, I'm really having trouble finding um, opponents. Now I've got one opponent. I told him, and I says we're looking to have maybe a 2 versus 2. Obviously, you're into World War II. You're playing that kind of history and war gaming. You're playing World of Tanks, and he was one of the few people that were. He's you know what? I don't want to spend an afternoon looking at cardboard when I have a 4K monitor and a computer. This is my World War II war game now. And
Right.
that was it. It wasn't, well, I used to play that SPI and that stuff was so complicated with all those charts and it took 4 hours and all that crap. No, he just goes, it ain't my thing. It's 2023, this was a couple of years ago. And I don't want to play a cardboard game from 1975. I want to play with my modern computer. Okay.
Right.
Thanks. Thanks for being upfront
And
and
you know
straight up.
what? And
That's all you got to do.
yeah, but here's the thing. Those kinds of games on computer games, they have a role, and they're definitely sorry. That's what I get for naming one of my Alexa devices, the C word. But anyway, sorry. I
What C
said,
word did you name it? Complexity?
com, well, you can say complexity. She won't answer. But if you, yeah, don't play an episode of Star Trek around her, or
Oh,
she'll
yeah,
be
right,
answering every
I
few
got
minutes.
it.
But
Yeah.
yeah,
Okay.
um, so. But anyway, what was I going to say? Now I've lost my train of thought. I apologize, you guys, for drifting off.
Alexa's a troll on top of everything else. But
Well, she responds to when I say computer, she will answer.
yeah. So
Yeah,
I'm just
so
saying
that's
that
why I call it the C word.
anyway.
Not that
uh,
C word, the other one.
I know I came out with barrels blazing on this thing, but I did have a little extra
Yeah.
caffeine, so
I know that you talked to some, yes, of and Michael, and she would know. She would know the answer to that. But no, I think sometimes that you can, here's the thing, when you get into these like debates on Twitter or X or
That's not
whatever
what
the
was
heck.
happening. That's not
But
what was
okay,
happening.
but any other kind of like
I don't hear
debates
that.
within the war
No,
game
that's not what.
community or
That's not it
gaming?
though. No.
Okay.
Yeah,
Well,
I know you're about to go through repetition, and that's part
no,
of the
no,
thing.
no. I
Well,
was
you
going
are.
to bring up algorithms
Well,
because I think that they are kind of
that's not what she was about to go.
no, algorithms are they are sharing the things that kind of
Oh
divide
yeah,
us the
we've
most.
heard. Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
You're saying it, but that's not. No.
And
But the
it's
thing,
not just about political topics or other things like that. It's
uh,
anything,
well, here's the thing.
anything
But
that
remember
seems to
this though.
have a
Remember this though.
controversial.
Uh-huh.
Okay,
But
whatever.
I'm just saying, what happened last time when you got all wound up about it being controversial and we did it anyway, and you're like, oh, I guess I was wrong because we got a lot more views.
Okay, well, still.
Just saying. But this isn't controversial or anything like that. All I'm saying um, is that there's the complaints are this, if there's complaints at all, is that there's people who will listen to an erroneous uh, statement and consider it fact because it comes from a source that they believe is credible. B, there's a lot of people in gaming that cannot comprehend subjectivity versus objectivity and insist on speaking in a manner where they present their personal preference as a factual statement.
Oh, absolutism is completely de rigueur today. You know what I'm saying?
And
It's in fashion. You're not fashionable if you aren't extreme about things.
well, but talk about, but anyway, and the rest of the show was supposed to be discussing uh, encumbrance, gold for XP, and some other uh, rules mechanics and how they work together, as well as giving somebody who's never going to listen to my show an education on what realism and simulation really mean for the benefit of everybody else, because they're two invectives that people use all the time and they get them wrong and they're just mudslinging. So what I want to see, there's a lot of people that talk about that there's a circular bunch of arguments that keep going through the internet, not just Twitter and any of that crap, but just in general. And they're not wrong. And a lot of them are exacerbated. A lot of them are prolonged because people keep using the same bullshit, the same wrong words, the wrong way, or they're trying to kick somebody else's sandcastle down. It's kind of a dog eat dog cutthroat type of thing. There's a very small amount of people buying these products, and there's a lot more products than there are people. So in order to vie for everybody's attention, they're out there needling you and stabbing you in the back and trying to tell people that you don't know what the hell
Well,
you're talking about.
here's the thing. Here's the thing. I think that there's a Field of Dreams reference here that's appropriate. If you build it,
That's not true.
well, it's not true if you believe it's not true, but
No, it's not true because it's not true, because there's a market share versus a supply that is out of whack. It's a glut. So it's like it's a buyer's market. So you have to wow people in order to get your thing moved. And that's why people are dumping mud on over everybody's head with these, it's too hard, it's too long, it's all that crap. That's one part of
okay.
it. That's the marketing part. The rest is just the debate part. And there's some people who go, well, maybe these debates get boring, and I just wish they would stop. You ain't never going to get people to stop having those conversations. That's always been part of the group thing with gaming. And the people
Yeah.
go, well, there's too much complaining and there's too much to say. Being critical is also been a major point. I don't know if that's part of the spectrum, like people say, or whatever it is, but it's just like the movie thing. If I watch a movie, when I get out of that movie, I want to go sit down at a table, have some dinner or whatever, and analyze that movie and discuss it. And I've
Well,
gone with,
I'm
and people
actually
go, oh, they don't want to do it,
I'm
but they're not
I'm
the same
actually
kind of
full
fan.
disclosure. I think that as someone actually on the spectrum, I can say for sure that talking about the same subject repeatedly is a thing that happens. Not, moving on to other types of things and just repeatedly going, because there's a sense of like, especially in a debate, when things are unresolved and there's this desire to want to resolve them real bad. Like, you got to wrap it up. You got to come to a conclusion. You're going to keep debating until you get a conclusion. And especially if you've done the research on your side of things and it's one of your special interest types of things, you're going to keep going until you feel like you've reached that resolution.
Okay, well,
And
tell that to
it's like
everybody else, because that's what I've been
well,
trying to
you're
explain.
not going to change it. The
That's what
only
I just
thing,
said too.
well, no, you're not going to change people's basic
Right.
nature on that. What works best is if
Well,
you
that's I
have
don't need.
something.
Okay,
Okay,
that's all right.
um, I don't know.
I mean, see. Here's the thing. What I'm trying to do is explain that there's a lot of people out there with this issue. What you're trying to do is counsel me like I'm the only one that has the issue.
No, that's not
We've
what I'm
become
doing.
Punch and Judy when we're
No,
supposed to be talking about games.
that's not what I'm trying to do. What I'm
Okay.
basically saying is that if you're going to have any progress towards expanding gaming to include a variety of people, one of the things you have to do is, rather than try and win the argument, you need to show that there's ways to continue for everybody to continue to game without having the argument in the first place. For instance, the argue of complexity is easily resolved by the fact that every single game that has a complex aspects to it also has what I would call easy mode. When I used to sell phones, Samsung had a easy mode built into their phones. Typically, it was for your grandmother or someone like that who had trouble seeing small icons or knowing how to do things on the phone. It had actual words instead of just icons. Anyway, not to get too far off the topic, the easy mode is the way to be able to use it if you find the other ways of doing it too complex. And every game out there that gets the complaint that it's too complex starts off with a more basic version of the game that you learn first. And if you find, yeah, Apple is not easy mode. No way, Michael. I got more calls about people locked out of their Apples than ever did about Androids, but that's another debate entirely. Don't get me going.
You've lost me when you start talking about. I'm what?
So any game, we talked about this in an episode in the past. When you start off with a game, any game that you have, when you're reading through the instructions and you're beginning to play, they start off with the I don't know why I'm not able to think of the word right now, but the introductory starting easy level, right? And then as you play, you can go to the advanced level or intermediate level. There's the beginner. Hey, you've just discovered this game. Read through the rules. Here's the beginning play
Okay,
tutorial. Start with
sure.
this. Once
All
you've
right.
mastered these skills, move on to the next level.
What?
Every single one of them has this. And so if you feel like the full-on version of Panzer Blitz is too
Oh,
complicated for
oh,
you,
I get it. Well,
start with the easy mode and
uh,
and keep playing the easy mode if that's what your comfort level is. No
sorry.
shame there, but yeah.
It's not your fault. Don't.
Okay, what?
It's not your fault. I get what you're saying. You're
Michael is poking at me.
there's a
Our
little.
Michael is poking at me. We can see him in there.
Well,
But he's
it's
not
a
wrong.
okay. Well, you're
I'm
not
about to
wrong.
ask computer what word I'm looking for.
Oh, okay. It's
Yeah.
not. You're not all that wrong, except for that one game that isn't that way.
Oh,
And
well,
and and most of
okay,
the
did I pick the one game that isn't that way?
most of what we're talking about today is that one game that isn't that way, and that would be Advanced Dungeons and Dragons. So
Oh, well, yeah. But
not
it
not
had
not spe-
basic
not what are
Dungeons.
not specifically, but
It's
you
okay,
know,
Michael.
not specifically, just that one. But a lot of the stuff originates. Well, doesn't originate, but people largely associate with that one, and it's not. And I understand what you're talking.
But
You're talking
isn't
about
that why
basic.
they came up with 5e?
Well, no, no, no. You're 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 talking about basic, intermediate, advanced. The problem is that I don't see how you're tying this into what I'm trying to discuss, which has been pretty much blown away because yeah,
I'm sorry.
you spent too much time wrestling me on it because you were afraid that I was going to be too, I don't
No,
know.
I just legitimately disagree with you on it.
Mm,
I'm not
okay.
trying to be hard to get along with, but I'm not always gonna. I mean, we
Sometimes
don't
you
always.
want to steer me the way that I'm presenting myself because you feel it's too terse or something like that,
No,
and
in this
and then you
particular
interrupt me a
case,
lot or whatever, and
I'm
because you're
sorry.
trying to you're trying. No, it's not okay. You can do what you want, but I just felt like you were trying to rein me in because you felt I was, you know.
No, I
But
just legitimately disagree on this subject
okay,
in
but what?
some ways.
Okay, let's.
Not in
What do you
the
disagree
basic
with?
desire for the types of games that you're talking about. I think I like a game that's more of a challenge. And I think that all kinds of gaming is when you ascribe the motivations to the people who disagree with what you like. And I don't think that that's the
That's
case.
not what I'm doing, though.
Well, you,
Look, all I'm saying is that if you
okay.
if your complaint is constant, everything's too hard, and you start bringing video game mechanics to a tabletop, why? Go back to the video game. Well, I like the way Diablo does it. Then go fucking play Diablo. Why are you going to try to change my game into Diablo because it's too slow and hard and difficult and takes too long and it's complex and I don't like all that and it's in the weeds and all that shit. All right, man.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Go
Which
play the
game
video
is your
game.
game? Which
Any
game is
game.
your using?
The
Oh,
game
okay.
I'm playing or whatever game. It's a
Oh,
don't
okay.
bring your video if you want if when you start saying let's use video game mechanics in a board game, go play go play the video game.
Okay. Well, but here's the thing that I'm trying to this is what I'm trying to point out. The fact that people still prefer playing RPGs or war games or something like that,
But they
even
don't. That's
though
the point.
they disagree on the level of uh, on the
That's not what
method
it
of play.
is. That's not what it is. That's not what it is. There what you
Okay.
well
Well,
here's what you
well,
got. Here's what you got is you got people who think it's cool. Like people think because all this stuff is considered so complex and all that, it's cool to say, well, I do it because then you sound like you're some hip nerd that's super intellectual and stuff. But then you get the stuff put in front of you and you go, yeah, I don't want to do that. So you start saying, I want to say I do it and I want to do it, but I want to do it like it's, the video game connected to my TV. So they're
did
trying to
people tell
mold
you that's what they're thinking? Or are you
that's
just
what they're doing. They
presuming?
when they bring a video game mechanic to the tabletop, yes, that indicates that's what they're trying to do. I wanted to play like that video game I played. You own the video game? Yeah, I played it. Why don't you just go back and play it if that's what you want to play? You just said you wanted to play like that. Well, you know what plays like
Okay.
that? The video game in the first
Hmm.
place. Go back and play it. See how simple that is? That's
Yeah.
the problem. And
I
but when you
yeah.
have people that keep doing that, eventually you're going to start having people going, well, sounds like that's what people want. So, supply demand. If that's what tabletop gaming people want, then we better give it to them. I want to sell a product, so I'll make that product. Next thing you know, people are all making that shitty product. Now tabletop
Well,
gaming sucks because it's just like, and that's where we're going towards, and that's why I'm upset.
okay. But I think Michael has a point here. He's made it a couple of times, a couple different ways here with the whole thing. I think a lot of people do like incredibly complex games as long as they're fun, but that what you're seeing on X is not the overall reality. Um, but see, that is the thing. People are more likely to interact if they disagree. And that is, it's not just that people are, I agree with you, Michael, but it's not just that. I think that X plays off that. There was actually somebody who came out, and I don't know where I heard this. I wish I could remember the reference for it, but basically, someone who was in advertising that I saw recently um, made a point of saying back in the like 50s, from the 50s all the way up through the late 70s, advertisers always used sex to sell things. They had a saying, sex sells, right? And then they realized that there was something that sold more reliably than sex, rage.
Yeah,
And so they rage bait you.
eh,
And it's
I
there's
hear all this shit too
algorithms.
often.
I'm
Fuck.
convinced of this. I may be wrong, and I may be going down. Okay, you can all jump on me for going down a rabbit hole and having a conspiracy theory. But this is my conspiracy theory that AI specifically matches people up with people who disagree with you just to bait you into
No.
reaction, to keep you engaged, to keep you clicking, to keep you with your face in the screen all the time. That's my
Yeah,
opinion.
yeah, but this isn't any of that stuff.
Okay.
That's all you're living in the
All right.
politics world. That's
I
the
am a little
politics
bit
thing.
down the rabbit hole there. I will admit. I
That's
think
the
that
politics thing. Here's the thing. These
oh,
machines,
oh, you haven't noticed it already, Michael?
well,
I mean,
just
that's been around forever. Just ask
listen.
any woman you know.
Some of these things, like this one, you can't pick tabletop. It doesn't know what the fuck tabletop is. You try to go to some of these AIs, they don't know what the hell you're talking about. It's not. It's the other portion of algorithms and all that evil, social media's evil shit is that it's out to make money. And me talking about a game from half a century ago that most people didn't know existed at that period of time, it doesn't give a shit. It's not feeding me information based on that. It's trying to find out how can I. That's when I do Star Wars, all of a sudden everybody's seeing it because at least it knows that that is a marketable product name icon. Not the kind that I like though, but it doesn't know that. It doesn't know there's a difference between Lucas and whatever the fuck that other stuff is. It just says, "Oh, Star Wars is hot right now because they put out the latest piece of crap that they call Star Wars, and everybody wants to buy it or buy the toys or whatever." He's talking about Star Wars. Let's feed that out until everybody reads it and goes, "Oh, he's talking about the Wookiee
Okay,
holiday from the
I'm
1980s." Then it doesn't care anymore. So
all right.
it's not about feeding me anything. What
Okay.
I'm
I'm gonna go full on Alice and jump all the way down that rabbit hole. Here's what I believe is happening.
Oh boy. Okay.
AI is collecting data from all kinds of sources. Everything that you do on your phone, everything you do in range of any kind of device with a microphone, and everything is tied to your either your Google account or your Apple ID or some other kind of digital identifier, and it's all connected. If you've got a Windows computer, Windows 10 computer, it's connected to your phone. I've worked with these phone devices. I can
But what
tell
is
you
it?
a
I
lot
don't
about.
all right.
But listen, let me get to the bottom of the rabbit hole. So what happens is every time, this is why people will tell you, I swear I was just talking about fertilizer. Next thing you know, my phone's feeding me ads to all these
Again,
lawn care
that
stores.
that yeah, yeah,
And
yeah, yeah. But that's not about something. I'm talking. Look, dude. Nobody
that
knows G.
that's
Just
part A.
hold on. But G. That's not me. That's not what I'm talking about. That has no bearing on it. No one's talking about Gene McCoy from 1974.
I'm
You
not
ain't gonna,
talking about that.
just wait. But it doesn't care. Yes, if I start talking
No,
about Lincoln Continentals or whatever the fuck kind of car that Lincoln makes now or whatever, I don't even know. But if I talk about a modern car in a casual conversation in front of my phone, it's going to start trying to sell me that car. I know that's true. Yeah, but that doesn't have anything to do with what I'm talking about at all. That's the
Oh,
only
but it
part I'm
does.
getting to. No, no,
So,
done.
okay, that's the
Not done.
most simple example that people know that their phones and their devices and everything is listening to them. And it's all tying through whatever phone you have. You have either Apple ID or Google ID, and it sees everything and it aggregates everything. Now, this is where,
Yeah, but it
and it's
doesn't give a
not
shit
just,
about.
hold on, it's not just that. You go to the grocery store, you get one of those preferred shopper things, or you go use Instacart or whatever. It's aggregating also everything you buy, all your preferences. It also is aggregating when you have Facebook, not just what you do on Facebook, but everything that's
I know
on
all
any
this.
app that's
You're talking to
connected
me
on your
like I don't
phone.
know this. I know all
Okay,
this.
all of that stuff, it adds up together and it builds a digital
And
profile of you.
well, not of
And
me.
from that digital profile, it learns your psychological motivations and
Now
buttons.
you're being spooky and
No.
weird. No, yeah.
You know, once upon a time, Facebook actually did. This
I'm
was
aware
years
of
ago,
those
years and years
experiments.
ago.
I'm very well aware of them. Yes,
Experiments of
but
feeding
listen,
people positive feeds
I
from
know
their
how it
friends and
works.
family,
I know
and
all
all those
about it.
people became
I know.
depressed,
Yeah, I know. I've heard it
and
all. I
none
know.
of them knew they were being
Yeah,
experimented on.
yeah, I know. You just told me a bunch of shit I've known for years.
Okay,
But none of this
so
has to do with anything that I'm talking about at all. So
what you see in your feed is
that's
aggregated
not
and
about that.
delivered to you
That's not about
based
this. This
on
isn't what I'm talking about.
the digital
Can we?
profile it has
No,
of
it's
you,
not.
and what it
That
knows will
doesn't.
get you to react
Please
in the
stop.
most passionate way. Okay, I'm done.
No, it just
I got to the bottom. My feet are firmly on
none
the
of that
bottom
has
of the rabbit hole.
anything to do with what we're talking about at all. I just wasted 20 minutes of airtime on
Okay,
something
I'm
that it,
sorry. All right. What the only reason I went in that direction is because I think that what you see is not necessarily the full scope of what people who are gamers
has nothing to
actually
do with this
do.
at all. No,
Okay.
you're still talking about something that's totally. You're in a
All right. I didn't
next
mean to
dimension.
make you upset. I'm just trying to get you to understand that there might be points of view you're
That
not
doesn't have
seeing
anything to do
because
with it. No,
the computer
that
hides them
doesn't.
from
That's
you
not it.
intentionally.
Oh, stop. That's not it.
Okay.
It doesn't have anything to do with what I'm talking about at all.
All right then.
At all. Anyway, you really. I mean, you just ate. Okay. Why don't we
I'm
pull the plug for
sorry.
tonight?
Oh, I didn't mean
I
to
don't even
upset
know
you.
where the hell I'm going. It just, we've gone so far off into whatever the hell that was that I don't even know where
Okay,
we're at.
well,
Okay. I've lost it. I don't know. Anyway,
you
not
haven't
very
lost
good.
it. I mean, if
Sorry.
you want
Not a
to,
very good show, but too bad.
okay. Well, I
Sorry.
know. I guess. Okay.
Mm. Well, anyway, what are we going to do?
Oh,
Oh,
well, I'm sorry, Michael.
I don't want to do
Are
this
you being
anymore.
sarcastic with that comment, or do you mean it? I mean, sometimes hearing disagreements can be exciting. I think that's kind of what we were talking about, but okay. I know. I went off topic. I went down the but I've been watching this. I spent 15 years in customer service for cell
But it
phones.
doesn't have anything to. It has no relevance to what I was talking about at all. It doesn't have any relevance to gaming or anything to do
How
with
much
gaming.
of your opinion of what people think about gaming and what they find complex or too complex or any of that comes from face-to-face interactions versus how much of it comes through digital interactions?
Listen,
That I
as
mean,
you
that's
all know, I'm kind of old. This kind of conversation, this kind of thing that we're talking about, all of this stuff transcends the internet. We're talking about some of this stuff is all from the 70s. It doesn't
okay.
have anything to do with marketing a product. You're
Okay.
talking about old, antiquated games that were published before. Some people didn't have color TVs in their home yet.
No,
It
I
doesn't
get
have
that.
anything to do with the internet at all. You went into this whole political, social, thing. It doesn't have anything to do with
Sorry,
gaming.
Gangrel. All right. Well, I just was kind of trying to make sure that we were looking at the perspectives in a a reasonable way, that it's not skewed by some external force that intentionally skews things for its own
No,
reasons.
no, it's not. It's not some ghost in the machine. It has nothing to do with AI or any
Well,
of
there
that
is
crap.
it's not a ghost, but there is something in the
Well,
machine, that's for
no,
sure.
it's not. It's not that at all. Doesn't have anything to do with that at all. Uh, what we I was gonna. I mean, I don't even know where to go with it, but I was gonna talk about some other stuff. But I mean, it just kind of really threw a wrench in the gears of the thing. I don't know. No. So again, this is we're talking about something that transcends decades. You
Okay,
know,
and both things
this stuff was going on before anybody had computers in their home. You know,
okay, but both things can
and
be
a lot of it comes from conversations over those periods of time and all sorts of right. It's not the medium. I don't like AI or anything like that, but it's not some demon in there trying to make me be
oh,
angry.
no, it's
That's not the issue in there. No, it's not that. No, it's not.
no, they didn't really release Moloch onto the internet in that Buffy episode, season
Yeah,
1,
yeah.
or did they?
No, I mean, so, um, but yeah, it just anyway.
Well, I didn't mean to upset you or derail the conversation. I just thought it was relevant because it just seems to me that sometimes we talk past each other instead of actually connecting on what's important and what it is. I think I'd like to do our next episode on what it is that all gamers have in common.
No,
Because why?
I don't want to.
Okay.
You can't do that.
I can't
Look.
do a kumbaya episode
No,
with you?
no.
Okay.
Here's the thing. There isn't anything. That's the point. This.
Well, that is actually one thing they have in common then. If we're
No,
all
they
so
don't.
unique that there is nothing that any of us have in common because we're that uniquely individual, that is something we have in common. Isn't that
No, it's
ironic?
not.
But it
But here's the
is.
thing. No, but it isn't. But here's because you got all these other people screaming, "Kumbaya! I don't want to hear about the negativity anymore," and blah 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 blah. It's like this thing. It's like when you acted like I was so irrational over Star Wars, and now you're going to deny that you got upset, but it'll be a
Oh, I
lie.
did. Okay.
When
I just
when
don't want to bring the personal stuff in like that. But
when
yeah.
no, it's the geek stuff. But when
Okay.
somebody said, "Hey, we're going to redo Buffy," and or the time that they kibosh that sing along episode, then all of a sudden you got your nerd rage.
Oh, I
So,
did. Okay.
so there you go.
The kibosh on the musical is because that was like a organic expression of like people showing their love for the series in a totally organic and unique way, and they just quashed it for corporatism. It made me mad. But there's the thing about doing the remake of Buffy is I would rather have seen like, and it sounds like they're actually going to do this now. So somebody was listening, computer probably.
They
But
were.
anyway, it was,
Wait till you see it.
but no, what they were talking about doing now instead is what I said they should have done all along, which is at the end of season 7, when Buffy changes everything so that Slayers, there isn't, instead of there can be only one. Oops, I'm sorry. Spoiler alert. I said that too late. Um, they needed to pick it up from there. The next generation, they needed to continue the story, not remake the story. It would be kind of like if with Star Wars, they decided instead of making the clone campaigns and all the going back and doing the 1, 2, and 3, and then going on and doing the next the ending 3 episodes of the trilogy, that they just decided to go back and do A New Hope again with different actors.
Which is kind
Why?
of what they did. What they were supposed to do with what they were supposed to be
No, here we go.
with Buffy. What they were supposed to do with Buffy. Here's the problem. They've made all the same mistakes. What was supposed to happen with Buffy is season 8 was supposed to happen. They're supposed to go to Cleveland.
Cleveland?
That's where the other Hellmouth was. They said so right in the thing. They didn't go
The
to
other
Cleveland.
Hellmouth. Yeah.
That's where they go. Now you've got, she's old, and why? It's over. It's been years. Nobody, just don't, too late. Don't do a damn thing with it. But they should have gone to Cleveland for season 8. Even if it was a couple of years later, fine. But how long has it been? And now they want to resurrect it. They'll fuck it up. Pardon my French, but they will. And I mean, look at what they did to Star Wars. They ruin everything. If it's Gen X, they're going to find a way to sling a big pile
Buffy
of.
is actually millennial.
Well, there you go. So now they've moved on. The Godzilla of Hollywood and TV entertainment doom has already thrashed the Tokyo that was Gen X, and now it's moving to the next city, and it'll start wrecking your shit. Now you'll be pissed. Now it's wrecking your shit. Well, you got that nerd rage. You're trying too hard. It's only a story. Star Wars doesn't mean that much. Wait till it's your shit. Then you'll be pissed. See how the difference
did I get into full-blown nerd rage when they rebooted Star Trek by going back in time and bringing Spock from the future and to change the whole story and restart Kirk?
No, but you should have. I sure
again?
hell did. No,
you did, yes,
no.
but I didn't.
Well, right. You'll just eat anything. Because I don't think you're. That's the thing.
Okay, welcome
Not
to
that
victory
kind of
on
casual.
Campaigns and Conquests. I'm going to win this battle. I'm winning.
You're a little bit casual on your Star Trek, because a good fan.
No, I am passionate about my Star Trek.
Well, then why weren't you mad? You should have been mad.
It's thoroughly
anger isn't a bad thing. You should be angry.
Through this, I gave you my reasoning. It was entirely consistent with canon in Star Trek because, okay, hear me out. So here's the deal. Star Trek has a long tradition, beginning with Kirk himself, of time travel and changing the past, and then discovering that it was bad to change the past, but realizing that sometimes you have to do it anyway.
Shatner said he hated time travel. Then he changed his mind, but when he did that, he was old, and he was writing books and trying to sell them. But when he was a little bit more true to the scene, he said it was a cheap shortcut, and he's right.
Is Shatner the end all be all? Even Gene Roddenberry is not the end all be all of Star Trek, although he was the creator. Oh, I know. But hey, didn't we just have to? I feel like we have gone full loop now.
There we go.
We started this off with Gary
of
Gygax,
all people. Yeah, now we link it up.
And
with
what was my argument on that? Is that there are no gurus.
But we've chased everybody out because we went all Punch and Judy for 45 minutes.
Okay, Punch.
They're all gone now. Yeah, right.
All right. Well, they can't all be winners, can they? But. But don't you poke at my Star Trek. I am right about that. And the reboots, the Star Trek reboots were brilliant. Including the one with Khan, which I know you hated.
No. No.
Tony will back me up on this. Star Trek was a winner. Its reboots were,
it wasn't.
And entirely
every fucking thing was garbage. And even here's the other thing. They didn't just everything was crap. And they took
Star Trek is perfect. In every single way.
Wrath of Khan is the greatest sci-fi movie of Generation X, bar none.
You finally said something right.
and making a remake is like going to the Mona Lisa and painting over it because it didn't look right.
Yes, but Tony, no.
Remakes are a scruffy dog walking over to your favorite picture and pooping on it and saying, "Here, buy this." That's what a remake is.
Not what happened. That is not.
The new Star Trek was not awesome. It's objective fact that it was crap. I don't care. You can't say it was good. You're wrong. You're saying it's good because you want me to get mad.
We have.
It's wrong. You can't do that. You can't. You can't be a nostalgic lover of old school Gen X sci-fi and then go, yeah, when they shit on it and tried to sell me the same product twice but worse. It was great.
No, let me tell you.
You
So
can't do that.
every single Star Trek captain has had a run-in with
Uh-oh.
time
We
travel.
lost.
Every
Even
single
Tony
one.
lost it. Even
Kirk.
Tony left it. Or no, the
Tony.
other guy left us. Gangrel left. We chased him out now too.
Okay, well, I'm sorry about that. But anyway, Star Trek has a consistent time travel. Every single one of them. Time travel occurred in the original series. Next Generation had its time travel. Remember the guy who showed up and he was like stealing everything and he was playing off like he was from the future when he really was from the future, but he was just a thief and stealing. Anyway, there was a whole bunch of that. And then Voyager had its time travel episodes as well, with that guy who was kind of he found an alien spacecraft. The guy who went forward in time or went back in time to stop Janeway from changing time, and then created a causal loop. Anyway, it was a whole big thing. That was their Voyager's time travel episodes, not to mention the whole the Chrono Wars that they were involved in with that guy from what's the name of that show? That 70s show. Remember the star from the 70s show? And he was in Voyager and he was trying to go back and change time and like wiping out entire civilizations just to get his redheaded wife back. It was so weird. Anyway, but that they've all had it. Deep Space Nine had its time travel when Cisco went back in time to be an author in the 1930s or whatever. Yeah, exactly, Tony. It was completely consistent. So when they did the Star Trek reboot, it was not breaking with canon, it was fulfilling it.
No, it's just crap. Look, here's the thing. There was more to it than that. What they did is they took tropes and they took sections of TNG and they strung them together into a half-baked movie with different
Oh,
graphics.
how
And
dare
and
you?
and then they took the best movie they ever made and took a giant dump on it and put Engelberg Humperdinck or whatever Pumperdinck or whatever the fuck that guy's name is and totally destroy. You cannot top Ricardo Montalban. It was the greatest performance and
Okay,
the
but
greatest romantic
to be
sci-fi
fair,
ever
by the
made,
time they
and they ruined
remade
it.
it, he was not available anymore.
Well, they didn't need him to be available because they had already made the movie. He was in it, and it was the best thing that was ever done in the 80s for sci-fi, bar none. And then they fucked it up. And now, see, here's the other thing. So now, this is why another reason I hate remakes. You want to hear? I'll tell you.
Oh no, no,
It's
they
time for the Sunkiss
dovetailed it.
story. It's time for the Sunkiss story. The Sunkiss story's
No,
coming out.
not the
So
sun.
this one, yeah, we're getting the Sunkiss story. So this one time, I'm
Okay.
I'm hanging out with this gal, and I thought, she was hip, and then she said this. This is late '80s or mid '80s or something like that. So we're watching TV, and the Sunkiss commercial come on. Remember the Sunkiss commercial?
I do. I know this story now.
She
Okay.
says to me, for the folks who don't know what the Sunkiss commercial was, it was a Beach Boys tune being played for the commercial. Good Vibrations. Beach Boys. I mean, they were pretty big if you don't know. And this gal says, we watch the commercial. Then we get in the car to go to the movie. And Beach Boys happens to come on. Good Vibe. The actual song comes on the radio, not the Sunkiss commercial, the actual song. She says, well, they stole that from the Sunkiss commercial. So what happened? What the point of that ridiculous story is that as I get older and people go, oh, my young kid's into Star Trek. He really likes that Wrath of Khan. And then that dopey ganglion British schmuck comes up instead of the real. They have effectively erased my past and my fandom and overwritten
No,
it with that garbage because everybody's going to remember that because it's newer and they
oh,
will forget that there was a remake done. It overwrites the original. It
it
literally
does
is painting
not.
over a classic painting and destroying it. Yeah, it does.
It does
That's
not.
why I hate it.
It creates a
Plus it sucks.
bookend. No, hear me out here. Creates a bookend. So in the first one, Spock sacrifices himself for Kirk and the whole Enterprise crew. In the
Good
second one,
drama.
in the
Real Star Trek.
in the
That's not real.
reboot,
Disney ain't real.
in the reboot of Star Trek, and this is not Disney Star Trek, okay? There is no
Mhm.
Disney Star Trek.
Yeah, well, whatever the hell it is, whoever's got a hold of it that fucked it up.
Paramount. It's always been Paramount. Anyway,
Yeah.
they changed names over time, but they've always been, it's always CBS, Paramount. It's always been Paramount.
There it is, CBS. That's what it is.
Well, that's where it started all
They
those
used to be
years
good,
ago.
then they weren't.
Oh my goodness. Anyway, so you have become quite the curmudgeon, my dear.
Mm.
Curmudgeon. I didn't even say that right, but it dovetails perfectly because in the second one, Kirk sacrifices his life for Spock.
Gay. Dumb. No good.
It's the bookends of it goes to show
it's just a cheap way of going, we'll do what we did before, we'll just change it that one little bit, and people will think it's really pithy and some super cool statement, but it is. People that were writers that were good went on strike, and we didn't want to pay them anymore, so we fired them all and hired schmucks, and now everything is uncreative and stupid and repetitive and reboots and remakes because we can't come up with anything new. So all we can do is just take CGI poop and spray it all over old stuff. That's what it is.
no.
Yes.
What it did was solidify that what was important about both of those stories is the bond and the camaraderie between them as members of the same Starfleet, their dedication to and commitment to their crew and
Was
their
Shatner and Nimoy in it? That is crap. It's just like the Mike Miters bit on SNL. If it's not Bill Shatner, it's crap.
I thought that Chris Pine did an excellent job.
Oh, because he was hot. That's what you're saying.
Well, of course he had to be hot.
There you go. And the guy who played Bones couldn't.
You're not going to pick somebody.
Couldn't do it at all. Just couldn't do it.
You're not going to pick somebody hideous to play Kirk. That doesn't make any sense.
Oh, I hate that remake stuff. The guy who did Bones gave me it, at the very least. At least Pine tried to come off like Kirk or like Shatner with the moves and but the dude who did Bones was just like, I'll try to do an Oklahoma accent that I can't do. Bones, it was awful. He couldn't do it at all. And they got a Russian dude to play. He wasn't Russian. What was the guy that was played? I know he died. And that's tragic.
Yeah, please don't go there.
But it wasn't very good. He wasn't a very good Scotty.
Chekhov was. I liked him a lot, actually, and I was very. I mean, that was tragic what happened to him.
Yeah, it's sad, very sad. I mean, he's probably a very nice guy. I just don't think he was a very good Scotty. And
it wasn't Scotty. You're talking,
or he played Chekhov, but the guy who played Scotty wasn't that great either. And they could have got Scotty's brother, who was doing it in the other thing, and he was great. That's who they should have got. If you want to see good remakes, or because here's the thing, they weren't remakes. It was a continuation, and it was done by people who loved the series, wasn't trying to make money off the series per se. They were doing it because they loved it. And remember that group of people that were doing it?
Yes, I do. That was on the internet. It was actually quite good. It was quite good.
I missed my chance to buy it, and I regret it all the time. It was a financial issue and all that, so but I regret it because I would, then they took it away and you can't see it anymore. And I could have had that, and kept it because those were phenomenal episodes done by people who really.
They were really good. Actually, the writing was really good,
and he was a great actor.
The production value quality wasn't that great, but
neither was the original story.
The original wasn't either. Yeah.
So
I remember the episode with the Horta, which was just paper mache, basically.
Yep.
But you didn't need that because you had, and that's kind of where, and this is something that I will agree to kind of go back to what we talked about before. I think for me, one of the things about I get why people are attracted to the computers, and I grew up at a time before computers were everywhere, and I was there when they did come to be everywhere, and I mean, we were all excited. Oh, look at the graphics. One of the first games I ever bought was a Star Trek game, by the way, a role-playing game, a Star Trek role-playing game. And I couldn't get it to run. I swear I tried everything to get that out of like 4 discs that we bought when we bought our computer, and I had to install the CD-ROM and try to get it. I got every other game to play except for this Star Trek game from Interplay, and it would not run no matter what IRQ DMA settings I tried to hook it up with. It just failed
Point
miserably every time. Huh?
point point of order.
What?
What I have to sorry, point of order. I got that game. I presented
Yes.
it to you. I said, "Here, I found this game. It runs on DOSBox. We can now play it." And I showed it to you, and you go,
Yeah, that game
you
made me
weren't
so
into it.
mad. Do you know I spent probably a good month and a half trying to get that damn
But what
game.
I'm saying is that I had it presented to you in a forum
I
where you could play it, and you looked at it and go, nah.
Well, by the time you presented it to me, it was years after it had come out, and also it was a painful association that I had with it because I just yeah, I would have had a hard time doing going back and trying to do that. So
It looked like a
for other
cartoon.
yeah. Yeah, I mean, that was fine, but, that was actually, a game that I bought for someone who passed away afterwards. It was kinda difficult to go back and
Oh
try to
yeah.
replay
All
that.
right. Well, it was, but yeah, you could play that all stuff down, but yeah. Anyway, but yeah, well, the whole computer compatibility and all that stuff is a whole different thing. All I was saying to start this off was if these concepts are too difficult or time consuming or unappealing to you because it takes too much time because you hear that stuff. Oh, I don't have the time for those war games anymore. Okay, but you can go play the video game version thereof. Well, and then I'll get people who go, uh, well, then they started kind of him and hawing that. It's like, okay, well, if you're not into the video game, but you've got a complaint about this, you said you don't have the time to play anymore, but you don't want to have an alternative that would give you the time to play. So my conclusion from that is, well, you must have some other issue with the first game you invoked or spoke of beyond time. Otherwise, you'd go, oh, I'll take the alternative because I really want to play. So, and some people go, oh, well, they're just being nostalgic. Well, I used to play those games when I was a kid. Well, I don't, but it's just like, why don't you just say that? It's if you shoehorn in the time thing, why you got to do that? How is that relevant to harkening back to a time when you played with an old toy? It just seems like you're trying to make some sort of statement. And so,
Well, there is a very famous saying that you can never step into the same river twice. I think it's Buddhist, but I'm not really sure, so don't quote me on that, but I believe but the point being is that by the time you step into it again, it has changed. And so you can never really go back. Nostalgia is that feeling that you would like to go back if you could, but you can't. I mean, people realize when they try, and all it takes is to try a few times that you can't really go back. But that doesn't mean you can't still play a game that was something from your past and play it in a new
I can
way.
go get
Play it
Panzer Blitz and play it the same way right now and have fun doing it.
No, I know, but I'm saying if somebody's telling you they wanna play a game for nostalgia's sake, and then they don't actually play it, that would be my guess would be that would be the reason why, because
Mhm. Well,
nostalgia is the desire to be able to go back and do the things that you used to enjoy at a previous time, and
well,
then
so we got okay. Now that all right. Now that we got a couple more people in here, I did put out the word that we have kind of recovered from our issue. So let's get back to the
Okay,
to the
sorry.
thing.
I'm sorry, you guys. I do want to apologize to everyone if I derailed things.
It's all
I
right.
have to,
She
I'm
thought
not
she
always
needed to.
going to agree with Storm on everything.
Well, I think that's okay. No, you don't, and you don't have to. But I think you were trying to. You
Okay,
felt I
I'll
was
be
on fire, and you need to put out the fire because I was coming in fast and hot. But anyway, uh, we covered realism, we covered simulation. What I wanted to talk about was the gold for XP thing. So if you if you think you're gonna get some some calm statements now, if there's anybody in here that's ready to hear about this, it's gonna it's gonna get
I'm
bad.
totally against gold for
Oh, they're
XP.
gone already.
No, I'm totally against gold for XP. Platinum for
Okay.
XP. Now that's where it's at.
Well, the thing with gold for XP is that um, some of the arguments that I got, I put them out on Twitter so I could discuss them. Those people came and left in a heartbeat, but that's okay. Um, so I redid them a little bit. One was is oh um, I got to read it because it's tough. Give me a second to read it. But it was something along the lines of they have a term that they use called murder hobo, and they say that the gold for XP prevents people from being murder hobos. How?
I think it just enhances that.
I think so too. Um, but what they say is it prevents people. Now you don't. You'll think through a way to get the gold without fighting the monster, and it why would that sounds harder? Why don't I just kill it? Um, so I really don't, I'm kind of at a loss as to where they're coming from with that, but they insist that it fixes the murder hobo thing. And
Only if he had lots of gold, Tony.
yeah, I don't really get it, but I'm having I thought I had this all set up, but I guess I hit a button and made it all not set up. So just bear with me 1 second. Talk amongst yourselves.
Yeah, you know what I find interesting about that whole gold for
Oh, here we go.
XP thing?
Here it is.
I saw something on TikTok, and it was someone because I follow some D&D creators on TikTok and stuff, and this it was a
Did
skit
they
that
actually murder a hobo? Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt, but that was funny.
so, yeah, that is pretty funny. But yeah, she was basically talking about how, as a DM, how she handles if murder hobos come in and start killing her vendors, like the merchants, that you would buy things from, if they to get their loot. Every time they try and kill the vendor, um, she hooks it up to where it would loop back around again, and they're trapped in a loop, kind of like one of those Buffy episodes we talked about. And each time they have to pay back, like with interest, everything that they were going to take from the vendor. It was a whole complex thing. So it seems like that whole gold for XP does not prevent people from murdering. It just kind of makes them do it in weird ways where they're like killing the shopkeepers or something. I don't
Right.
know.
It all depends on the way that it's implemented. And so one of the first things I guess people, well, you don't even specify what game, and you've explained it in a way where it doesn't work. I says, I'm not talking about any particular game. I'm talking about the concept, the idea of it, no matter what game it is, but it is implemented differently with different ways. And I just the way that it was described as being necessary in AD&D when we started out, that does get me hot under the collar. I think that it is a condescending and silly way that it was worded as a justification for something that you don't get in like other people bring it up. Getting rich doesn't mean you get better at any particular thing. But in this system, it does. And they go, yeah, that's kind of silly and backwards, but here's what it does. And one thing they'll do is we had one person, or I had one person that I read recently that kind of kept cherry picking. Well, this one character, he's like that, and the game and D&D was patterned after these books, and he's a character in one of these books. Okay, but that list of books that were inspiration is about 20 or 20 some books, and he's only one character in one book out of that 20. So to me, that just seems like kind of a cherry picking fallacy to go, well, this justifies it. Um, and let's see, here's what
Why
they
is
said.
it always cherries that we're picking? Is never like tomatoes or
Good one.
peaches.
I'm not sure why. Maybe because they're, you know, harder to find a ripe one or whatever. I don't know. But yes, it says here's an example. Um, yes, gold for XP is a weird mechanic at face value, doesn't make sense. But without it, you put yourself at the mercy of the dice in combat to gain XP by killing monsters. Yeah, that's kind of that's not a negative. I mean, they perceive it as a negative. I don't see what I'm. What fun is it to, and what? Why would I carry around weaponry if I'm not going to, fight people with them? You can
You
get
know,
gold. Yeah, so
oh,
the final part is you can get gold without a single die roll. You don't have to fight. You can outsmart. Outsmart what? So, um, it encourages play outside of murder hobo mindset. So they just keep talking about that, but what does that even mean? Um,
I disagree with all of that. And my big objection to gold for XP is that it equates gold with experience in a way that you can't buy experience. It's kind of like going, it's like when that, when someone goes on an African safari and like they paid for the best gun and the best seat and whatever, but they can't hit the broadside of a barn, but they walk away with the best trophy. It it's just a cheat. It's just you just bought your way through that. It's Veruca salt. I don't know. It's bad.
Yeah, it doesn't. So here's another one. It encourages play outside of the murder hobo mindset. Okay, well, I already read that part. In older versions of the game, combat carried inherently more risk. Yes, good. That's the point. Why they keep stating that as if it's a bad thing. Solving a problem or using alternative methods such as negotiation or stealth to gain wealth. Well, okay. Well, here's the thing.
I could see it buying you an advantage in negotiation or stealth then. Like say you're a thief. I could see a thief getting experience in a gold for XP fashion if they were able to get past all kinds of booby traps and monsters and things like that to actually get a money prize without tripping any alarms, without being spotted. That warrants XP for a thief. But if you're a barbarian and you're like doing the same thing, you didn't beef up
Sorry.
any of your skills in sword play. You didn't get better at bashing people over the head, which is a barbarian thing to do, apparently. But you know what I mean? You don't deserve extra XP for that because you didn't use any of those skills to gain the money.
Yeah, I just the whole thing doesn't make sense. I don't
No.
understand how risk of death fighting something. That's the whole point of the game. If you don't want to fight and you want to sneak around and steal gold out of a layer is just a home. All you're doing is playing a burglar game at that point. I don't understand why that's fun.
Or it's like paying someone else to take the SATs for you.
It doesn't.
You may
I'm
come
not.
out with a degree, but you're not actually any smarter.
Yeah, I don't know. The whole thing. It just doesn't make any sense. Um, it's just
It's the
it just
modern day
doesn't make any
warrior,
sense.
today's Tom Sawyer.
Yeah,
He gets
I
by on
mean,
you and the energy you
it's
trade.
like if the argument, like the debate, made sense, but the arguments don't really make any sense to me. So, and the rest of it is that no matter how you're entering, um, uh, however you're implementing it, the point is that by attaining wealth, it translates to now I'm uh, a better fighter, or I can read more magic, or I can make my fireballs bigger, and that's doesn't make any sense. And what would be the fun of that? There's very rich people that aren't any better at any skill other than the skill of attaining the wealth that they've achieved. What it doesn't none of it makes any sense. It's such a silly thing. And a lot of people that say, well, it prevents this kind of behavior, some of them are also saying, well, I don't want a railroad. I want what they call player agency, which is this weird uh, phrase that they use to say, I want the player to be able to go anywhere and make any decision. Well, if walking into a room full of kobolds and wasting them is the decision, how come that's not player agency? I don't. The whole thing makes no sense. And some people go, well, it just we want more puzzle solving and strategic thinking. Well, here again, if you've ripped out all these, we've ripped out a lot of the combat, or they have, because it's too complex. Well, when you rip out all those supposed complexities, you rip out all the decision making that goes with them. So maybe that's why combat's boring, because it's just I swing and and D&D combat's boring as hell, because all you're doing is going, well, what's my 2 hit chance? And then rolling, oh, I did 5 points of damage. How much more damage is there? Well, he's got 15 points more. Oh, okay. It's not very exciting.
Well,
It's
that
just,
it depends on how you narrate it. I mean, to be fair, we did do a show on like narrative wargaming, and so it doesn't, or I mean, narrative role playing games, but it doesn't have to be that way. But very often, that's what it devolves into. So you're right. I mean, my experience, although you could give it a narrative flair that's like you know,
so
not just about the numbers.
right. But I think a lot of it just has to do with people are extremely impatient, and they constantly talk about how combat drags the game down. And there again, it's not to be annoying or anything like that, but if the game isn't moving fast enough for you, the computer will. I'm
Okay,
just saying. It's all you when you have a
making me
complaint,
grow.
when you have a complaint, it sounds like you're looking for a solution. When I say, here's your solution, I'm just trying to help you solve a problem. If you want speed, computer.
Here's my problem with the whole with the whole goal for XP thing is
Why am
that
I
it
making you
really,
growl?
I don't know, you just were. I don't want to go back there, but you like to make me great. He's poking the bear tonight, you guys. I don't know why, but anyway, no, the thing I have a problem with the goal for XP is that it really only takes one person to just turn the game into all about collecting the gold. You could have a team of otherwise players who would otherwise want to play out the storyline and go. I mean, we talk about player agency, but sometimes you run into where there's always going to be like that one dominant player who feels like they have to be the one to answer for every single turn that's taken. And they're going to tell everybody else what we're all going to do, or they're just going to Leroy Jenkins it and just go in and make the
Right.
decision. And then the rest of you are stuck with it, even though you're like, wait, don't do, too late. And
Right.
then you're stuck with the consequences of their actions, and their actions are motivated solely on the gold for XP principle.
Right.
And then even though you really wanted to go into that, you wanted to go down that other corridor that had the clues that led to the mystery that the game's been building up to, that one person just wanted the gold for go for the gold because that's where the XP is, and they want the cool new sword or whatever. And you're like, but now I'll never find out what happened. We'll never answer there was a whole story we were building up to. I want to know. And now you'll never know
Right.
because
It just
you
seems
have
to me
that
like
one Yahoo who's just like, oh, I saw gold. Gold
there.
fever is a, I don't know, it's like perpetually being in a Tarzan book, where all of the bad guys are constantly trying to find the lost city of gold. It's like,
Yeah. I don't. I just. It just seems like, and they go, well, that's how you do problem solving. Why not? Why then? Why are there? If you don't want to fight bad things, why are bad things in the game? Just take the. Here's what you can do, and if the whole here's your computer keeps making people growl or whatever, okay, fine. Well, here's another thing that's kind of silly, but okay. Um, make more traps and make more complicated. Uh, a publication. It may be hard to find. Um, I don't know, but if it's not, it's something Grimoire's Traps or something. There's 3 volumes, and they have really neat, slightly more intricate, excuse me, traps than the normal stuff, and they require a little bit of thought to disarm and stuff like that. And if that's the kind of thing you want to think through, great. Then put those things in the dungeon. Then you don't have to worry about. I mean, as a DM, why would you want to make a story or make a scenario or a campaign that's filled with a bunch of monsters if all you're doing is creating rules that try to get people not to fight them? Why are you putting them in there then? If you want to solve puzzles, put puzzles in there instead of the monsters, instead of some dumb mechanic that is meant to. Here's the thing: you know what railroading is, and if you're trying to tell people or trying to steer decision making, that's railroading. But they don't use the word railroading with these rules. What they say is we're incentivizing the player. And to me, what you've done is you're using soft language, like George Carlin used to talk about. You really want to direct people and force them to make certain decisions, but that would be counterintuitive to your. Not everybody's this way. Some people don't talk about it, but a lot of them contradict themselves with, "I want player agency." Well, you can't have both. So let's change the phraseology to incentivize. Then it doesn't sound like I'm pushing them around or trying to steer their decision making. I'm just putting in, some sort of reward for doing what for the kind of play. But it ends up being the same thing. Instead of trying to create channels for them to have to steer on, just remove the undesirable element. It sounds like from all these arguments, the undesirable element is monsters to fight. It would be easier. But the thing is, people don't, or putting in safeguards, right, Tony? But people don't like those solutions because the fact of the matter is like Magenta has said earlier before we spun out, that people are looking for a quick and easy way to gain XP. Why are you growling again?
we didn't spin out.
We kind of did, but anyway, that's why I call it the Pac-Man power pellet rule, because it turns a gold piece that is just supposed to be currency in game that you buy in game goods and services with. Now it's some metric as to how good of a character you have. So of course it's going to be the primary motivator for everybody, and just by collecting them, you become a stronger individual, like it's spinach or something to Popeye. And this is why this episode is it came with the symbiotic thing, because again, there are some safeguards in the rule that are supposed to temper this. You can't count it as XP until you get it out of the place and you put it somewhere like a bank or something like that. And there's all
Almost the suspicious part of me seems like you could almost set that up to be a trap. And I would so totally want to do that as a DM, but no one's ever going to want me to DM because I would be the worst DM ever because I would be like mean like that. I would basically go, okay, we're doing gold for XP. So you go in there and you grab that gold. Yeah. Oh, there's no barriers. There's no traps. There's no obstacles. You just walk right in and grab bags full of gold. Now you're a bit encumbered because you grabbed all those bags full of gold and you might have had to drop your weapons or something, or you don't have the movement points that you did for fighting. But guess what you find on your way out with all that gold that you're carrying? A dragon. Ha
right.
ha.
Yeah. But here's
now you'll earn your XP.
Right.
Or you won't.
Right. But here
You might
that's
not make it out alive.
and that's why we go to the symbiotic thing, because
And
when
then you're right back to the Tarzan. Because there's always that one guy in the Tarzan movie who will not drop the gold off of his pony because he's so eat up with gold fever that he would sit there and get
but all that doesn't matter because they've gotten rid of that's why I brought up the symbiotic thing, because those
the lack of
you can put whatever the hell you want on your horse because it's too hard to calculate.
Wow, isn't that?
Yeah,
This seems like a plot by some wealthy people to make it all about having gold.
It was said, I don't think I can get far enough up the thread, but earlier, here it is, maybe.
I think the 1%
here it is. Yeah, there are times where rules come up, and a DM, and as a DM, I just let the players know if that's not the one I'm looking for. Sorry. Apparently cats eat babies. I missed that one. Cats eat babies, apparently.
Yeah.
Okay.
Baby mice, baby birds.
But let me get to the one I'm looking at. Oh, players should track their own encumbrance. But that would be like the fox guarding the hen house. However, DMs don't want to calculate everyone's weight. There's the rub. Well, okay. So, but the word calculate was in there, and that's why I wanted to bring it, because that really becomes it. People just are so impatient. They don't want to do even basic math. And that's why I go, but here's the other thing. Here's the other thing. Yeah, I mean, you could use a calculator. They cost,
or an Excel spreadsheet.
This is too
put in the number.
bucks.
This is how much loot you got, how much it weighs.
You could ask Alexa, for Christ's sake. It's kind of a lame excuse.
Oh, but don't waste your time asking Alexa. My advice, and I've got Alexa, and I regret it. Go with Google Home.
Well, either way, you can just ask whatever Oracle you've got in there, whatever. I mean, it's like you don't even have to type on keys anymore. How can Jesus? But this is kind of a sidetrack. But he brings up, well, it's like the fox is guarding the hen house. Okay, if you think people are cheating, don't play with cheaters. If you catch somebody cheating, don't play anymore. Why would you? If you immediately suspect that the people you're playing with are going to be dishonest in their, that seems like a weird thing. But I think the reason people do that is it's because I don't have very many people to play with. And if I tell this guy to F off because I caught him cheating, then I've got one less player to play with. But we never tolerate that stuff. We caught people cheating. We just, you just don't put up with it.
Pull into my one horse town and call somebody a cheater. It'll be the last thing you ever say.
Well, right. I mean, it's like you shouldn't have to bend your ass backwards with gaming rules because some guy might cheat. You should be able to go, I know who's at my table and I trust them. And even if, and again, like Magenta said, if you're playing in some situation, whatever it is, a pickup game or some convention where you don't know everybody, a spreadsheet isn't exactly rocket science either. And a lot of things in gaming with some preparation and a little bit of tools can be usable. And people go, they still balk and they complain and go, well, if I don't want to play a game that requires that. And I'm sorry, I know it's becoming annoyingly repetitive, but it all does lead back to the same thing. I don't want to use this tool. I don't want to do this work. I don't want to think like this, and I don't think it's happening fast enough. You're the solution to all those complaints are a keyboard and a mouse or a game controller. It just is.
Well, or a phone. A
Or
phone
a
can
phone.
work too. And this is something that I've thought for a long time. I mean, there I would love to see, and I don't know if there actually is, but if there was just a simple if there was just a simple app
More
that
than
would
looking.
allow you to keep track of your character's progress in a D&D game or any other kind of, I mean, that's what people, who
Yeah, it's
doesn't have
called
a phone,
Excel.
right? Well, you don't have to do Excel. I mean, you could make an actual phone app,
Games require
a Google app, Apple app, whatever.
training.
You could make one that would actually do all of those functions if somebody was so inclined to do it. But it's this weird kind of like, well, if we're doing that, then you might as well be playing a computer game, except though you're not. So the thing that's different about the computer game inevitably becomes impersonal. It inevitably becomes repetitive and predictable. There is nothing a computer can really do to surprise you. I'm it's just the truth. I mean, they're capable of a lot of things. They can do really quick transactions over and over again, super fast. But once you learn how the computer is doing it, like how it behaves, you will always be able to predict what it's going to do next.
Right, but
And
that's you're not wrong. But that's
mhm.
what MMOs are for in broadband. And that's when you're talking about role playing games where you could just simply log into an MMO and there you go.
Yeah, but even those, it's different. There
Well,
is something so generally when you're on a massive multiplayer online game, I mean, unless you kind of are playing with just a core group of friends that you actually know in real life and in person, and you're doing it over headphones and microphone, to some extent that could work, but for the most part, people who are playing those, they're picking up associations, joining a guild within the group or something like that within the game itself. And it's still, you don't really know those people.
but you get to know them. Here's the thing.
I mean, you kind of get to know them, but you don't
Well,
get to know
but
them quite the
and
same
well,
way
and
as
the
you
other
do
thing is,
people that
well,
you know.
true, that's true. But most of the people that are doing these kinds of complaints are younger anyway.
Oh,
And
I
and
see.
you know what I mean? They're online all the time anyway, and they make friends online, and they so it shouldn't be an issue for them to go to the computer. Tony asks, now here's a question. So gold for XP, some games require you to pay for training, and it takes time to do that. So how do you handle that? That's that's the funny thing about the whole page 85 thing that I was getting all barky about is that when you here, let's just check this out. Because so it gives you, this is why I was like, why did he do this to, I don't get it. Because okay, I won't read the whole thing again or anything like that. I'm not going to waste that kind of time. But let's just visually. So here's what'd she say? I heard something.
What?
What'd you say?
Did I say something?
Yeah, what?
What?
I didn't hear her. She's whispering shit at me. Okay, so anyway, so here's the note in the offending note. Grr. Bad. Okay, that's page 85. Page 80. Can you see this all right? Is this on okay?
Yes.
Hello? Yes?
Yes.
Okay.
Page 85 is the devil.
That's right. And then so you go down to page 86, right on the next page. Oh, right there, Tony. Yes, level of training times 1500 equals weekly cost during study training. So here's the weirdest part about this whole thing. And
It tells you to do the thing it just told you not to do.
it no, it made a big beef about how, well, you shouldn't be wanting to tilt the lists and skin beaver pelts. A
Exactly.
nobody said they did. But what people were thinking about, like myself, was, well, if you have it, you should get some training. There should be some way to, you just don't. It's not an MMO where you just some animation aura goes around your avatar and all of a sudden you're next level. There's got to be more to it than that, right? And sure, there is. So the solution to his made up problem on the previous page is offered on the next page to do exactly what everybody was talking about, not about experimenting with alchemy bottles or or chanting or anything like that. What are you whispering? I can't hear you.
Oh, I was just saying, can I do that if I want to, though?
Oh,
Even though
okay.
it says not to.
Yeah,
I like to
chant.
play with the alchemy bottles.
But yeah, so what it does is you pay an amount of money and you spend an amount of time relative to your level in order to get educated in the next class or the next level. So and the first time I had an argument about gold for XP, everybody's like, it's just an abstraction. You're paying the money for the training. Okay. Well, they were arguing that they were acting like, why don't I like this? But the funny thing is I was talking about this page. Their counter argument was this page. So we were arguing from two different pages. But yeah, and I do the same thing in the paracosmic convergence, that you have to go get some training on top of getting the experience. And experience and training aren't the same thing. But they dovetail, and that's what creates being a better whatever you are, better magic user or thief or anything like that. So, and it just tempers things. So you're not because, and if you don't like murder hoboing, well, here it is. Because if you don't go, I won't read it all to you, but basically, it says if you keep killing shit after you've reached your plateau, your level for the experience points, because so many experience points means you've reached this level. It doesn't mean anything. They don't count. That you're supposed to, at your nearest possible convenience, go find some place to level up. And some people go, well, I don't like that because I might level up in the middle of the forest. Yeah, you might. And there you are fighting a bunch of shit and not getting any XP out of it. And you don't like that. So you rip apart another logistical chain on it, and it really ends up becoming an MMO. And that's why I go back to, why aren't you just playing the MMO at that part? And I know what Magenta's saying, because you can't play it with a bunch of friends, but you kind of can. Most young people can get on the internet and talk with one another. You've got grandkids that do it every day, right?
Yeah, they do. They do.
There you go. So,
but I will tell you, I have heard them talk to them. There is some kind of distancing that happens when you're doing things with the, when there's a computer in between you and what you're doing in the game, because the computer is not, like, for instance, is brutal as far as, so if you're just not fast enough on the buttons, you're not fast enough with the mouse, you're not adroit enough to do all of the things that you have to do with the interaction with the keyboard and the mouse, or whatever it is that
5 points for Gryffindor for adroit.
Thank you. Okay, I'm Hermione Granger in my spare time, but anyway, the point is that if you're
not high Gygaxian.
Oh, yeah, that's probably true. But which is why I read the book back when it was written and didn't have to pick up a thesaurus once or a dictionary or any of that. Anyway, yeah. But sorry, let me get back to what I was talking about. No, I mean, I have seen where, like, one of them will mess up because their skills, their manual skills, the dexterity of using the keyboard and the mouse and the control and all of that fails them, and then they're just brutal to each other. And it is so different when you're well, okay, maybe it's not so different. I don't know. I've never been a teenage boy, so I don't know. But maybe that's just normal for you guys, but whatever. It seemed brutal. They just tear into it. They were like, "I hate you." Oh my god! And I'm like, "Whoa, whoa! It's a game. Chill out."
And that is a male thing because here's the thing. I don't hate computers or anything like that. I love to play video games. Tony, if he's still around, how much did I like to play computers? It's time for the Madison LAN party. I won't tell the whole story because it's too long, just the basics. So this one time at band camp, we were invited by my sister's boyfriend to go out to his brother's place and and play LAN games. That was a good hour and a half. He says you should let him fight it out, but it was a good hour and a half drive
They do. They just do it virtually.
on a good day. But we decided to leave for Madison when it was just snowpocalypse blizzard insanity. And me and Tony got into the tiniest pickup truck that I've ever seen made, which it was a Mazda B 2000. Also, it was like a Chevy Love.
Oh my
And
god, my dad
yeah,
had a Chevy
yeah,
Love.
it was
Oh my
about it was almost the same. I think the B 2000 a little bit bigger, but it was
That's
it
a
was like
bread
that
box on
small.
wheels.
Oh, it was tiny. And our friend Derek is a behemoth of a man, comparative to us. So he's this big strapping, anyway, so I'm in here like this, just and it's snowing, the blazes out. Anyway, so long story short, we get out there and we play, but we would do the same thing. We sat in that room. The guy had a house, and we sat in the room of his house playing, drinking beer, and the things that we were saying to one another, we probably would get arrested for today. Like, I am like it. There's a great comedy bit where a guy talks about having the cops called on him because he was playing Call of Duty or something like that with his friends, and I can't even say, but they were talking about beating each other and doing all sorts of things like that. It seems like a fairly common male conduct when they're playing those LEN games is
Why do you guys
to
hate
do
each
that.
other so much?
It's not. These guys were brothers, and it's just part of the trash talk of the game. And Tony was
Okay.
the same way. We were in two rooms and we played games, and, and he would just be screaming profanities. And you scream profanities when you successfully kill another person, and of course you scream profanities when you are successfully killed by another person. And we were just in there. I'm gonna effing kill. So that's part of it for whatever reason. So I understand what you're saying with the social. To swing it back to a more civilized conversation, I understand what you're saying with the with the camaraderie and sitting around a table and playing these games. And some people are doing it because they're bored of video games, or they don't feel that video games are quality anymore for a variety of reasons that has nothing to do with the mechanics. The problem is they still want to play video games, and they bring that video game mentality to the rules and to the games.
See,
And
here's the thing that like okay,
that's the
imagine you're playing a video game. Okay, you've got is an MMORPG and you got a controller, playing it on Xbox or whatever, right? You've got multiple buttons on there, but those buttons are tied to actions. Your actions are limited to whatever those buttons connect to.
right.
There is no, hey, I'm gonna just oh, we need a distraction. I can't think of any. I'm gonna streak at a big
That's
event with the huts
right.
there.
Exactly.
You're not gonna come up with creative solutions
That's
like
the
that.
player
And
agency that I was
and
talking
maybe
about
you
earlier.
shouldn't. I mean, I will say from experience, you shouldn't. But whatever the case is that you can be
Yeah.
creative,
Yeah. No, it's true.
and it's the question of creativity versus clickfest.
So
And I
here's the
think
thing
that's
that yeah,
why the traditional type of
you're right.
role playing game is always going to be superior.
Here's yes, you're right. because to the video game alternative, because there's limitations, whether they be what you're talking about so distinctly and properly and accurately, whether it be I can't afford them anymore, like me, and or the people that making them aren't making the kind that I like. I don't like the way that they do them. I don't like the graphics. I don't like the themes. Whatever personal taste isn't being, stroked. So, but there
Or
always is
the whole pay to play
right.
format where
Well,
it's
that
like
kind of goes
used
back
to
to
be
not
you'd
being able
buy
to
a
afford it.
video game, you got
Yeah,
the whole video game. You
I
could play
agree.
from
Yeah,
beginning to end, and you
that's
didn't
right.
have to put in another, you know,
Right.
40 or $50 in downloadable content just to
Mhm,
get through it.
mhm.
But
So,
that's not the case anymore.
right, right. So I get what you're saying with that, and that's what they want. But so here's what you got to do to solve this. Now that the caffeine's run out, and I'm not running at 3,000 RPM talking about this. That I was a little bit geeked up earlier, and
You're
way
out of pocket, man. Totally.
but uh, you have to do two things. First off, get rid of the stigma of just playing pretend, even if you're an adult. I think there's a lot of people that would play with toy soldiers and go pew, pew, pew if they didn't think they were going to get hysterically laughed at, mocked, or possibly committed by their significant other if they saw a 45-year-old man doing something that is usually associated with 10-year-olds. Fuck 'em. Find a way to do it where you don't, if you got to go to the guy's house or whatever, that way the rules are alleviated. You don't have to worry about, gee, that's a lot of math. Gee, I don't want to look at that chart, whatever. Just be imaginative and have fun and make up a world and play off of one another. Now, I know somebody here is going to go, we keep hearing you say this. You don't want to repeat yourself, but I'll just be real quick. I did that as a kid with other males, boys, and the whole testosterone overload thing that we were talking about with LAN, that happened, but we were right next to each other. So,
So
it,
you were bashing each other in your head
yeah,
in
yeah,
each other's head
we
with
were,
the tanks?
we
Yeah.
were arguing
Great.
because our imaginations were taking the story in different directions down different paths at the same time. And everybody was a chief and nobody was a brave. So, and we were young, frustrated kids. Kids fight anyway. At least they did in the Gen X. So we just started beating each other's asses, and that wasn't any good. So that's when somebody came out and says, "Hey, stop beating each other up. If you want to play a game and have, and not fight over it, use some rules." And they handed us some war game rules, and the rest is, as they say, history. But um, you can go play something like Free Kriegspiel and just jettison the majority of rules. If you can't play, if you've got people like Dave was bringing up, where well, they might cheat or something, or I don't trust them, or I think he's stupid or something. If you have to trust your DM, and you have to believe that your DM is uh, familiar with the material as far as the world you're playing in, and is somebody that can be an effective and even-handed arbitrator of dispute. You also have to have a group of adults that are capable of accepting whatever ruling is handed to them, no matter how much they disagree with it. If there's somebody that's going to argue a point, they will argue the point at the expense of the game and it will disappear. That's why, because people just go, I'm sick of hearing this shit, you know, and that's why in this book, we go back to the shared thing. There's a whole discussion about that you have to play knowing that the DM's word is gold. It it's God. Even if their ruling contradicts your interpretation or knowledge of the rule at that point during the game, you have to accept it. You can discuss it after the game. Not because the DM should just make up rules as they go, but if you it it was written in attempt to stop what would happen with me and some of my friends from time to time. I played with two brothers that were always bitching and moaning. If something didn't go their way, they assumed I did something wrong or was purposefully trying to screw them over. So we would play for 20 minutes and then argue for 45 minutes about
Yeah.
some ruling or something. And So unfortunately, a lot of people have interpreted this statement as the GM can just make up whatever the hell he wants. That no, you're supposed to play by a set of rules of the rules that are in that book. Now, there's a whole argument about rules written rules as written versus I don't even want to get into that. But the point is that if it's the alternative to there's your computer is just let the DM make the decisions and let them come, just say, well, I am shooting at that guy. All right. He's pretty far away. You can only hit him if you get a 6. As long as the next time you're shooting at somebody that far away, you keep that same ruling and say it's a 6 again, it's fine. Here's the funny thing about that. They call that free Kriegspiel, and it's kind of a rules light and rules less version of doing it. But here's what happens. Hey, man, you got to keep your rulings consistent. Well, hell, I'm 55 years old. I don't know what I had for breakfast some days. I can't remember. So you end up writing it down. Oh, yeah, okay. At that distance, I rule, we decided that it was a 6 or you had to get a 6. You've written it down. You're on your first step to writing rules. And eventually you'll end up coming up with a set of rules, which isn't bad in itself, because if they're rules that you all worked on together, you all agreed are okay and aren't too severe as far as complexity or whatever, then everybody's happy. You've just generated a small guide for you to go on whatever adventures you want. Now, I don't know if anybody's listening to me other than my friends Tony and Magenta here, but if you're somebody listening to me, you should heed this, because I'm literally telling you how to play a game without buying a product. There was one time that it's never been confirmed, but it's inferred that it probably did happen, that at some point somewhere Gary Gygax says, if our customers ever found out they don't need the rules to play, we'd be ruined. Because you don't need the rules to play. You can come up with something like that. But a lot of people are of instant gratification. They're also of convenience. They don't know how to start doing something like that, and they don't want to undertake it on their own. And that's where some rules come up, maybe some guidelines, maybe something that isn't whatever pages. How many pages is this bad boy? This is a hardcover book that had a couple hundred at least. So you can start getting into something like what I've got.
Well, and there's different levels of creativity too. Some people are more comfortable following along something that has been written out by somebody who's actually played it themselves and it worked well for them, or that they assume it worked well for them because other people have bought it, it's been published, it's it looks legit, that kind of thing. So that's like myself. I would not feel like I was in a position of experience enough to just kind of create a whole universe full of rules by myself.
Well, I did. I sure did.
I know. Well, you've got years of experience with it that gives you that ability to feel confident that way. But that, not having prior experience should not be a barrier to entry, just like, that's the way it should be in the job market too, but it's not in a lot of cases. But you get what I'm saying.
Well, that's why I made the thing. So
yeah,
that's right. You should be able to be. You want something that's approachable that you can wade into instead of having to jump into at the end. And I made it that way. Now, it's kind of scalable in that sense. So you can play any way you want. I had something else I was going to say, but
I'm sorry.
Yeah. Anyway, you broke me up. It's okay. You got to say things too. I'm sorry.
I was trying to be helpful.
But yeah, we've got a system that works. This thing is 231 pages and it's fairly complicated stuff, but we've got our own system and you can kind of dive into that. It's an easy and approachable system. So I guess the thing that I was about to say was, if I don't think there's anybody here that that stayed through the whole thing, and my caffeine rage, it wasn't that bad. Rage is a little bit too much. I was just a little bit wound up at first, a little speed talky, but um, you might, if you watch me on Twitter or on here, you might go, this old codger wants to play ASL everything. And if you take a look at what I got, you'd be blown away that there's no quadratic equations or anything like that. Is it devoid of math? No, none of these games are. It doesn't matter how simplistic you think it is. At some point, you still got to use some sort of numerical comparison in order to play a combat game. But I think you'd be amazed at, you're probably thinking I'm going to, pull out Phoenix Command or something. And no, I don't have Phoenix Command. I've kept it very low. So I might be and I don't want to say this because I play it, but I used to tell people, another guy that I was doing rules with, I says, you almost want to create, I almost should create something that I would not want to play because it would be too simplistic. And that's not, he goes, well, it makes you sound like a real snob. And I go, that's not the case. It's like this. I started playing a long time ago, and I couldn't jump in and play the most advanced thing ever. Like Magenta was talking about either. There's basic, intermediate, and advanced. But I've already passed the basic. It's not 1977 anymore. And I want to play, a little bit more, I don't know, meaty, whatever you want to call it, because going backwards, it's, like if you're a video game player, but you don't like retro games, imagine saying, here, we're going to take away your PlayStation and replace it with a 8-bit Atari from 1977. Would seem like a little bit of a downgrade. No offense, but right. So, but what I'm saying is, it's simple enough to be entry level, but it's got enough into it that if you dial the knobs, it can be, advanced. Well, I point to myself, but it could be a little bit more robust or whatever you want to call it. So bail me out. I'm
I would say you're
an
advanced player. I mean, Storm, I don't think it's an unfair assessment of yourself to call yourself an advanced player. You've been playing since the 70s. That's how many years is that? I'm sorry, I don't want to make
Let's
you feel
not.
old, but that's okay. But yeah,
A lot.
That's like what, 150 years, right? At least.
Oh man, all this
I'm
nostalgia stuff
kidding.
where they're
I'm
like,
kidding.
Dirty Dancing was 40 years ago, and I'm like, oh gee, okay, man. I used to like to live in the past, but now when you start pulling out the calendar,
Oh my goodness.
not as fun anymore, So, but yeah, that's all right. I mean, SNL, 50 years. I was like, shut the front door. I don't want to hear about how that show was half a century.
I know, right?
But anyway, yeah. But yeah, anyway, so it's beyond the I'm old and tired thing. You can start somewhere and end at a more advanced. The basic, intermediate, advanced. You can take on. Now the thing about it is that it is what I'm doing is something that I don't think very many other people are doing, if anybody at all, and that is, it's not a game for role playing. It's not a game for just war gaming, board war gaming. It's not some strategy 3D game like Axis and Allies. It's all of that. Not at the same time necessarily, although if you really wanted to, you might be able to work something like that out. I could show you how. I doubt many people would, but maybe I'm wrong. That'd be great. But because I love bigger. But it can do any of those without having to learn a bunch of new rules. And I think that's a fairly unique thing. And to the point where I'm sure most people go, that's bullshit. There's no way you could pull that off. But I think I just have. So that's the difference. more than anything else, that's the difference between me and anybody else saying they're making a big game, and there's plenty of people doing it. So, um, and I don't want to get too, sound too conceited, but there's been more than one person or entity or account or whatever that said, "Here's what I'm making," and they're a lot younger of an account than me on social media, and it they start explaining exactly what I'm doing. And
Yeah.
so, and I go, "Well, I wonder if that's two people can have the same idea on two different parts of the world and never know it." So I'm not saying that everybody's trying to rip me off or something like that, but sometimes you wonder and you go, well, imitation is the best form of flattery or whatever. So, um, like for
It's also
example,
possible, and I have a theory. Shall I share my theory?
you're going to do that thing about the brains and the sharing and the thing.
What if your brain is not a generator of ideas, but just a receiver, just a great big radio that's tuned in to the imagination of the universe that keeps everything alive?
There you go. Deep
So,
thoughts with
yes.
Jack Andy.
So that idea is floating around out there because its time is now and you have access to it, but you're not, maybe not the only one who has access, and your interpretation of it, your spin on it is going to be uniquely yours, and theirs is going to be uniquely theirs. And if you build it, they will come.
Yeah, it's a flexible system that lets you easily build the game you want, putting lore entirely into your hands if you so desire. Um, the skills that you pick to give to players can be picked a la carte and especially formed for whatever you're trying to do.
I
Uh,
love your character creation part of it. That's
okay.
probably my favorite part of the game that you've
Um,
got going on, is that get, because that's what always stumps me in these games, in role-playing games, is because I'm a repeat customer. Like, I go to a restaurant, I order the same thing almost every time,
right.
like clockwork. I don't break out of my ruts very easily, but the way that your character creation system works gives me a chance to really stretch and role play characters I would never think to choose myself. But the one that I did create with you, which we did on one of our previous episodes, so any of you guys who are listening now, if you're curious, you can go back and check out the character creation show that we did. And I ended up creating a character that was so different from any other character that I've ever created before, and it really made me feel like I was stretching in my participation in role playing into something that I was feeling more creative and more connected to that character than the cookie cutter hunter elf that I always play
Yeah.
every time.
Yeah, I like the idea of emphasize. See, that's another thing. People think, well, he's a war gamer. It's going to be some, heavily mechanical, shoot 'em up thing, but I mean, again, you can do that with what I've got, but I do not shy away from role playing, and the role playing part of the system, the character creation, all that is designed to try to encourage role playing, because I stopped playing role playing games a long time ago and then started up when I heard about the OSR. I thought the OSR meant that, hey, we're going to be playing games from the late 70s, early 80s again. And I was like, yay, I got all this stuff and I barely got to play it and I want to play some more. Well, that ain't what OSR meant. So, but anyway, um, I thought it did. And
I also want to call out Tony's participation in this too. If you want to type something up about your experience, Tony, because I know you created a character as well, and we actually did a kind of mini live
We never
playthrough.
did finish that. It was kind of fun though.
Yeah, I was really getting into that actually. And
I think we were in the bar, wasn't we? Were you in the bar?
yeah, we were in the bar and yeah. Yeah,
Yeah,
your character was really cool. What was his name? Lars or something like that? But
yeah, yeah.
um yeah, he was a barbarian. My character was kind of a sorcerer. I was a spoiled little rich kid actually. But
But
which is out of character for me, so that was interesting.
I think we got some of that up on the channel somewhere. Um, yeah, we were in a bar when it all went down. But yeah, it was fun. But I do like that kind of role play. And
It
when I
gave me motivations, like, I knew kind of I had a basis for behaving the way that I behaved in the role-playing aspect of the
right,
game,
and it gives you an
because I
or
knew what my underlying motivations were. Not that they all come out, you don't just like, "Hi, nice to meet you." My character has a underlying need to prove herself because a horse kicked her in the ankle and she's lame. You don't, like, do that, but it informs, like, the other decisions that you make in the game that make things more interesting. So, I knew how I was gonna act, maybe a little there was a particular part where I insisted someone stable our horses for us, and, that was secretly motivated by me not wanting to go anywhere near the stables.
right, which
I don't
is
know if you caught that when we were playing that, but that was the reason why. I'm like, "I'll pay extra to have you stable the horses for us."
yeah, yep, that makes sense.
Yeah.
I like that. So what it does is it does give you origin. It does give you a backstory that is useful and not overdone. There are a lot of complaints that people have. Oh, people write these extensive backstories, and then you got. And I know what you're talking about. When I started playing up again, I heard this term a lot, and it was, um, I'll let you as a DM, you'd get a player go, "Hey, I want to play. I'll email you with my quote character concept." And that usually meant I was about to get dumped with a pretty big backstory. And not all of
With the
them
justification for why my
sometimes do
character should be, like,
a
ahead
lot of
3
that.
levels from everybody else's.
Yeah, not always. Just sometimes it was just somebody who, God bless him for being, wanting to be creative, but you should have taken those writing chops and gone and made a short story or something like that that you could share with people because nobody's ever going to use this in the game. So what I did was the best way to instead of going, no, don't write all that because I don't want to read your boring stuff and insult them, we just make it a situation where you go through it's a life path, not real detailed, but it gives you some origin. It and gives you some skills, and more than just I was born on the island of Tyr. It's it gives you a social class. Were you born dirt poor or filthy rich? Now, some people don't like that because it goes, well, that's the you know you start out with varying degrees of money. Yes, I like a challenge. It's a challenge to come off the streets with virtually no money. You have to think your way. For all the people that go, well, Gold for XP encourages problem solving and all that. Well, I do that with other things, and this is one of them. Um, not that being rich doesn't come with some problems. Um,
Sometimes it comes with unique problems to being
right.
rich.
So, but yeah, they're different. And so yeah, you're not all the same thing. Some people have advantages that include, well, I can go and buy myself some kick-ass shit. You got to find a way to steal it or hustle the money in order to buy it, something like that. So all sorts of ways. But it's a quick
And some people learned how to cook for themselves, and some people never had to.
right, stuff like that. Right. Right. And that's the thing. For somebody like Magenta's character starts out relatively wealthy and so forth, go take her out into the middle of nowhere. Now you've got a problem. She's never, had to make her own stuff. She doesn't know to watch out for
Well, actually,
snakes or and all that crap.
my character was a bit of an exception because of some other parts of her character story. But anyway, yeah, usually that would be the case.
Well, what were your disadvantages? Because let's not, huh?
Well, for one, I did not have an understanding of like other people who were of a lower class than me. I had no concept of what their lives might be like. I was I did have some herb lore, but I didn't have practical survival skills or anything like that.
That's what I meant.
Um,
Yeah. Mhm.
yeah, but I could cook for myself because of the herb lore. But other than that, yeah.
Right. But not being able to identify with the lowers isn't really a disadvantage as much as you're just kind
Well,
of an
so
asshole, right?
no, it is a disadvantage because
Okay.
you can't. Well, first of all, people feel like they should be out, like you're. I mean, you automatically there's some envy there. There's some disdain, that kind of thing. So yeah,
Yeah.
there is something of that, but there's also this like not being able to read and understand the signals. Like if somebody's rolling their eyes at you, you wouldn't understand maybe how to interpret what they're saying, or
Uh, uh,
that whole disconnect of not getting it. You know what I mean?
and what you can do is a little bit different. Um, if you're somebody like there's this if you're lower class, oh shit, you let me fix this thing with the
What
screen.
happened?
If you're lower class, you have more practical, like you might know how to shoe a horse, you might know how to grow something, things like that. If you're upper class, you have a different skill set because you don't have to, help me out, you know what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, so if you're a lower class person, you may know how to con somebody in a way where they don't even realize that they've been conned. If you're upper class person, you're used to just commanding your way to getting what you want, and not everybody's going to respond to that, because if they don't need your money, or if you don't have it with you, or you're in a position where you're powerless, you don't know how to you don't know how to interact in that situation, because it's completely foreign to you. If you're someone who's always been able to just say, yeah, I'll buy extra this, and I'll have someone take care of my horse for me, have someone turn down my bed, I need someone to help me get dressed in the morning, all of those kinds of things. You're used to having those, being able to command people to do what you want, go fetch that for me, And when you're out in the real world, where maybe you're in an environment out on the road somewhere in the middle of the woods where money is not, I mean, what are you going to do? Pay the deer to lay down for you so you can eat it? No, um,
So, right.
yeah.
Another way that we try to differentiate is we give some motivations, which gives you a little bit of backstory without getting, you know, into the issues that we were talking about earlier. She had a lover that was, or a boyfriend or a fiance or something like that, that was went missing, believed to be captured by orcs or something of that nature. So she's always trying to find out more about what happened to him. So it's just kind of this ongoing quest, no matter what other quests she gets put on or campaigns, and it's not just something that is some interesting thing to read. If the DM can use those sort of motivations and storylines to, bait the person, or just kind of play along, you know, uh, and incorporate it into the story. So, or
And
whatever you're doing.
it might there's always a bit of tension too with the in the group, because at what point am I going to like choose what's most important to my backstory? Like, if I think I have a chance of finding my long lost fiance, will I betray the rest of the group to do so?
Tony says it was more interesting the way we played. What it was more interesting the way you played in that? What we were just. What do you mean by that exactly, Tony? Because we weren't shaking a lot of dice or whatever. What? I'm sorry to interrupt. I was
No, I want to hear Tony's perspective.
the delay here has gotten longer. So anyway, there's
Sorry about that.
it's my, but it's my
It's your internet.
I think so, but
Yeah.
or he fell asleep, went to the bathroom, got a snack, late caller. Oh, there it is.
Yeah, we didn't use a lot of dice. That's true. Not
See,
well, we
there's
hadn't gotten to any kind of combat phase or anything like that, so there
right.
wasn't anything
Not
necessary for that. But
not a lot of rules, right? Not a lot of So that's the kind of free Kriegspiel stuff. But I was using paracosmic convergence. We just hadn't got to a position where it was all that necessity. And I was doing. Here's the other thing. This is another philosophy issue. Hidden roles. There's some people who get all saying, "Oh no, it's a very modern kind of virtue to say I'll never hide a role. It's bad form to hide a role." What? Here again, why? I never got an explanation, so I don't know if this is correct. But are they? I was surmising. Are they saying that because they don't want? They're afraid people think they're cheating. Because don't play with cheaters. Don't play with suspected cheaters. I mean, unless you're some paranoid that just thinks everybody's cheating. I mean, if you've got a good reason, like I can't really tell if that's a card, but it looks pretty much like there's a card up their sleeve. That would be enough for me to get up from the table. If you got something in your sleeve that looks pretty much like it's a card, I'm not going to wait to confirm it's a card. I'm just going to assume it's one and go, you know what? I think I quit. I don't want to lose my money to a cheater. So I don't know whether other reason it is, but there was a lot of rolling I was doing because you don't need to know the role, and it breaks immersion to have to look at dice all the time. Some people, there's players that want to roll dice for a variety of reasons because they feel like they want to be in control of their um, fate, and part of the fun is rolling your dice and getting the great result. But if you're sitting with a bartender or some patron at a bar trying to convince them to do something, there's a role involved. But I don't want you to just rely on the role. I want you to role play you having a conversation with this NPC, and I will, as a DM, I will role play the NPC, and it'll be more interesting that way. But in amongst doing that, I'll roll a die and see if your well, we don't have charisma, but see if your persuasion skill check worked in order to persuade the individual. I don't have you do that because every time you have to stop role playing to go look at a table, it breaks immersion. And when you have to do that a lot, that's when people start going, this is a complicated game. This game's too complex and it drags on too long.
Yeah, it feels like a math assignment if you have to keep looking, if you have to keep talking numbers. And that was what was really nice, that there wasn't a lot of numbers talk. There may have been die rolling going on in the background that we didn't know about, but it didn't feel like there was anything being hidden from us, or it felt very organic. And
Right.
obviously, there were a couple of times where, like, there was one time where we were interacting with the person who was, at the bar, the host. And there was some things that had been going on before we got there, and, we were asking for information, and it took a little bit of time to get an answer, and I kinda assumed there was a die roll going on to see, how much that person trusted us to
And that's
answer
what
our
it was.
questions.
I was
Yeah.
using electronic dice and sometimes getting the mouse in the right place and all that. But yeah, to answer, because Tony's somewhat even newer than Magenta at playing this, what is a hidden role and where is it used? It's used in a variety of places. Whenever your character, something is happening that requires, let me put it this way. All you really need in these games You need a little bit more with mine, but it's not much. But all you really need is to role play and just I'm this character in this world, and imagine yourself in this world and say, this is where I want to walk, and this is who I want to talk to, and this is what I do, and all that sort of stuff. Now, if you decide you want to do something where it's like, you know, I know I'm a somewhat foul person, but flipping the bird, you can't really make that. There's no mistake to be made there. You either do it or you don't. Right? It's a.
Right.
There's no.
It's
I don't know if I
entirely
can
up
get
to
my.
your decision. It's
I don't know
not
if I can get my
complicated
finger all
or
the way up. There's no way to fail.
yeah.
Now, so you don't need to roll for that. But if it was me as a character trying to make a 3-point jump shot, yeah, you're gonna have to roll for that because the likelihood of that happening is going to be pretty minimal. But it's not. I've done it once, so there's a chance it might happen, even though it's a minimal one. So you use some sort of die roll to determine whether it happened or not, and that's based on the assessment of what your chances are. With me, the chances are low, so I'm going to have a real good roll to get it done. But it's not a guarantee either way. If it's a guaranteed fail or a guaranteed pass, then you don't need to roll. Everything else that might happen like that, and to make things interesting, you do it with NPCs. So let's say you're trying to get an NPC to loan you $5. You know, they might do it if you give them a good story. I want to hear the good story and so do all the other players because it's role playing. But it's not up to me to decide, okay, I'm convinced, because otherwise it might be like I'm playing favorites or something like that, or directing things. So I roll on a table, a reaction table, and that table says, something like extremely negative outcome, somewhat negative outcome, neutral outcome, roll again, positive outcome, extremely positive outcome. So you're trying to borrow $5 from somebody you don't know that well, and you get extremely negative outcome. They get really pissed and insulted that you have the nerve and audacity to be so forward to ask them for money when you barely know them, and they start getting angry and something like that. A moderate negative outcome would be like, sorry, bro, I ain't got the cash to give you. A neutral outcome would be, let me think about it, or let's talk about something else, and then you can try again to talk them into it. Stuff like that. So I just roll that out, and then based on what it says, then I play that character. If the character gets extremely negative, then I play the character as a very angry individual. So some of the other reasons that you might have a hidden role is like an ambush. There's certain checks that are done for an ambush or for perception. There might be something that you might not necessarily see, but it might catch your eye. Now, if I tell you to roll for perception, I've broken immersion and I've prepared for you. So you know that there's something that you have to see, or I wouldn't be asking you to roll the die. So even if you don't see it, you know there's something in there to look for. Where if you were doing a simulationist type of thing where you role play like we were doing, I wouldn't say that. I would roll it out myself. And then if it said you did see it, then I would say to you, you see this, whatever it is. Hopefully that explanation makes sense. How does it sound to you, Magenta?
It does, and it makes sense because sometimes if you're saying, roll for perception, oh, now I know I'm supposed to be looking for something. And if you just don't say anything after that, I know I didn't catch whatever it was.
Right.
So I know.
So you may have just walked out of the room and forgot about it. But now that I've tipped you off, you're going to spend 5 minutes hound dogging that room looking for whatever the hell's in there. And that's not realistic.
And it could have just been a lucky penny on the floor.
Right.
Something totally inconsequential that I shouldn't have wasted all my time on. Right. Yeah. I mean, I'm assuming probably wouldn't be that, but
it could be because sometimes I do shit like that, and it could be all sorts of reasons why that is. So when people just to try to get some juice out of the actual title of this thing, that goes to realism. When people talk about realism, they start getting all bent out of whack. Oh, you want to simulate? No. It's just sometimes it's as simple as maintaining immersion within the world by role playing instead of talking numbers. And that's one of the other reasons I don't like gold for XP, because XP is something that is a metric for your character sheet as you as a player, but your character doesn't know XP from a laser gun. they're in a fantasy medieval world. So they shouldn't be talking about XP. One of the problems I had with Star Wars, and I didn't want to hound people, so I just kind of let it slide. But we were playing Star Wars, Magenta and me, and I think even
Yeah.
people would go, we've got to crack this door. And everybody would look at their character sheets and go, well, I've got a 3, I've got a 4. And they start talking about what their skill level is for security. And that's not role playing, and that breaks immersion. What you're supposed to do is be like, well, we need, Magenta, the character, because she's the security expert or whatever. That's the way you're supposed to play it. And that maintains the emergency. That's the realism. It's not, oh, you have to go do some algebraic equation to determine whether you hit or something like that. That's not realism. That's not what I'm talking about. But that's what most people uh, say realism is about.
Because that's how they've been playing it.
Well, that's
because every game that I've ever sat in on, apart from the one that we've been playing when we did the role playing with Tony and I, every other one, it was all about numbers. There were talks of numbers. There were roll the dice. You got to get this. You rolled a so and so. You hit for this many points, or
yeah,
this
that's
is the
breaking
outcome,
immersion.
that
That's
kind
the
of
kind of
thing. Yeah.
you're right. That's simulationist. And when people start using the term simulation to mean something that it's not, well, that means some super sophisticated thing, and you're going to make me do hard math, and it's going to be a complicated. It'll take 5 hours to do 2 minutes and all. No, that's not what I'm talking about. Simulation. There's great explanations, better than I can do, about simulation, but the one I just gave you is a fairly good one, or at least basic one. Don't say I'm rolling perception check. Just roll it and then explain what happened. Keep everything in immersion. That's a major part of realism. The rest of it is, if it's heavy, it'll be heavy to pick up for the character. If the character's trying to pick up a 300 pounds dumbbell and they're a small 5'9" elf that that may be beyond your weight limit, because that's realism. If you can't lift 300 pounds, it's just modeling the world, that you're in. That anything that happens in that world might happen in this world, even if it's a fantasy world. Just because it's a fantasy world that has elves and stuff doesn't mean that rocks still aren't heavy. Are there rocks in the world? Yeah, well, they're still heavy. You can't pick one up, fantasy or not. That's why you have strength. Again, we're going back to the symbiotic thing. Why do I have a strength attribute? To determine whether you can lift something heavy or not. How heavy is it? It might be, somewhat heavy, but you're strong, so you can lift it. It might be too heavy, and even though you're strong, you can't lift it. That's the number thing. That's the symbiotic relationship. And that is realism. If you look at mass and weight of objects within your world, that's making a realistic world. But people use realism and they go, you're being one of those guys that's going to make me do bad, games. I'm not going to play your game because it's too complicated. No, that's not what it means. So,
and there may be some complication in what the DM is doing a little bit behind the scenes, but that to have immersion, you really the players don't need to be involved in every single,
right. And that's why I'm always telling people,
die roll, right?
Right. And that's why I tell people when they go, well, this stuff is, too many charts or whatever. This is what we used to do. We get a game and it had a lot of charts and you had to use charts. And people say, well, I don't like those kind of games. So you got to flip to the book to get the charts. You could photocopy the charts. It's not unbelievable. All the rules if you look in the back of the rules, it'll say so. Feel free to use these for, photocopy these for, personal use. Of course, now these days, photocopies, some archaic thing. No, but back in the 80s, that's what we did.
Picture of it on your phone.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. But we would go up to the library. The public library had a Xerox machine and it had, coin fed, and we would we'd go raid the laundry room, get the linen catch, and it always had pennies and shit like that. We'd go find enough to make some copies. And we'd give everybody a copy, and you could blow it up too. They had one of those kick-ass ones that could actually enlarge the photograph. So we'd make it a little bigger, and we give everybody now the whole, I got to flip through a book now. It's just being prepared. And with something like what I'm doing, on the modern day, that's why I bring up Excel. Excel sounds like the most boring thing in the world. Well, it probably is, but fortunately, I took some classes in it way long ago, and I kind of learned some stuff even longer before that. So I'm relatively adept with the Excel enough that I can use it as a tool so that the kind of thing we're talking about, I did the role playing session we did was impromptu, so I didn't have any of that set up. But normally, what I would do is I would set up an Excel sheet to roll my dice for me, and and um, and then all I would have to do is press a button, and it would just give me the die result. And if there was charts or anything to look at, have those all set up for myself. But yes, the whole point of both my game and at some point, hopefully, if I can, get myself out from under unfair reviews and stuff, to be a DM for people, is to have that electronic organization and you know make the game go faster, especially for people who are kind of wanting to bring a video game to the tabletop anyway. So, Magenta.
Yes.
Any,
It is, you really kind of have to play it to see the effect of what you're saying, which I've done, and I can say that it feels more real, and it's not complicated the way that it feels more real. And one of the things too with it's all hinges together too. The character creation is kind of like the linchpin that makes everything else fall in place, as far as I'm concerned, because when you ask me in the past, when I've played games or any role playing games, you get those questions. You're faced with this situation. What do you do? And I would always kind of hem and haw and like struggle to think of, well, what would I do? And it would always end up being pretty much what I personally would do, which is not really role playing. That's just you being yourself in the context of a game. But when we played this, it felt more like role playing because I was considering, well, okay, so I would probably want to see if they have any information about my boyfriend here at the desk. And I might even be a bit annoying about it because, I'm
right,
desperate to find them and whatnot. And I think I'm entitled to getting whatever I want when I ask because I'm this, you know,
right, and everything is percentile, which, um, as far as mechanics, so that keeps everything smooth. If you make a roll, well, I shouldn't say I'm going to paint myself in a corner because I think there's an exception somewhere, but 99% of the time you're rolling the same kind of dice, and everything's kind of set to one to 100. So what Magenta's talking about it being a great role playing experience, that's great because there's a lot of games that end up being just a mechanical experience. I there's a lot of people who play BX and they think it's the greatest thing since sliced bread, and they're good. Enjoy what you play. I'm not telling you that you suck for playing something different, but to me, some of these games BX, they all just seem like an advanced version of the board game Dungeon. Did I ever get any of you guys to play Dungeon? I swear I tried to get you to do it. You probably didn't want. I
I
don't
don't
think I
think
had the pieces. It is actually a very fun board game. It's like D&D light, the board game, and you play as either a fighter, a magic user, an elf, or a dwarf, and the board is the the board is literally a dungeon, um, and you move around the dungeon, like Monopoly. You roll your dice, 1, 2, 3, 4, go to spaces and stuff. And each room has a monster and a treasure in it, and so it's really kind of fun. But anyway, BX just seems to me to be that game advanced, and and it's role playing, but it sounds like everybody's just, you know, they're really out to just bash a monster and get the gold. And I don't.
So it's a murder
I like.
hobo.
You're right. It's just, I like, if I'm going to play a role playing game, role playing ought to be the center thing. So for anybody who watches me and go, oh, that guy, I'll never want his shit because it's going to be some super. No, I really am not about super complicated stuff like that. Let's see if I can get somebody to see it just for the fun of it. The board game. Just, I like nostalgia. Oh shit. Nope. Apparently not. But anyway. So can you see it now? But yeah, it just becomes a shoot 'em up game. No, I guess not. So we'll kill that.
I mean,
off.
I could see what's on your screen there, but it's
Yeah,
not
but I
really...
ain't the right. I'm not hitting all the right buttons or something. But anyway, it's a neat little board game. It's fun. But I always thought BX was just that advanced, and I don't want to play a board game. If I'm going to play a role playing game, I want to play a role playing game, and I want role playing to be the centerpiece. So maybe some of the gold for XP thing is because role playing isn't the centerpiece, and combat is lengthier than everything else, and maybe that's why so many people want to avoid it as much as possible. But I think the better way to do that, instead of trying to direct people to make different decisions than maybe they would otherwise, is, as I said before, get rid of some of the monsters if there's too many, and maybe add some role playing elements to it as well, and some story elements, because a lot of people that are of this mindset also are very anti-narrative, and I don't really understand why. They want to play hex crawls and dungeon crawls, which are very video game like. They don't want a story or backstory. They just want to wander around places, killing shit and taking their money, which is what dungeons is. Wandering around a dungeon, killing shit, taking its money. And whoever's got the most money at the end of the game wins. It's fun. It's a fun board game to pull out and play every once in a while. But to add
Sounds like
on,
Monopoly without the houses to rent.
It's Monopoly for it's the D&D Monopoly. Yeah, it's a little bit like that. It's really fun. I really enjoyed the game, and it's one of those games that I wouldn't want to play on a regular basis, but around the holidays or whatever, it's fun. But a lot of these people, that just seems like, a magic user in Dungeon has like 2 spells, but a magic user in BX, you can race through the ranks and get all sorts of spells and stuff like that. So there's a little bit more complexity to the combat and things like that. But at the end of the day, BX often just seems like just a giant complicated version of Dungeon, the game. And there's, I like stories. The whole point of a role playing is to immerse yourself in a kind of interactive novel and or movie, or a living world, a simulated fantasy paracosm, and that's why I use that term. If you're not familiar with the term paracosm, it's exactly it's a psychological, for psychiatry really, word for the land of make believe that children and sometimes other people make up. The land of make believe is a paracosm. The Lord of the Rings Middle Earth is a paracosm. Forgotten Realms in D&D is a paracosm. These are literally listed in the examples when you go to the medical discussion. So paracosmic convergence just means a convergence of different worlds all into one, not in one space, but just a universe of imaginary worlds. That's what the title means. And if I want to go play an imaginary world, I want to play role playing. Even if I'm playing a war game, I want to do it from a perspective of playing the role. I like to get into it. I want to have the map, and I want to have the, the staff. Hey, Lieutenant, tell the artillery to put, fire on this hill or whatever the hell that kind of stuff. So it can do the whole gamut that way. You can play, and I think there's a lot of people that might find other types of gaming more interesting if it was presented in a role-playing game setting with role-playing. There's this perception, whether it's true or not, that role-playing tends to be more simplistic, or at least easier and more approachable than war game rules. And they go, well, tanks and shit are neat, but those war games are really, too complicated. Of course, they say that about a lot of role-playing games too. But either way.
Now that's where, and respectfully, I don't want to get in your chili, but it seems to me though that you are going to have more number based when it comes to like tanks interacting and with in traditional wargaming. There's going to be more, because like say I have 1,000 legion members, or I have a legion of 1,000 Roman soldiers, right? I go attack something, and the end result is going to be either I win. I mean, even if I win, I might take some casualties, I'm assuming. So there's going to be numbers involved. I started with 1,000. Now I have 500, or maybe I have 400 or whatever. You know what I'm saying? There's from necessity, because I mean, there's going to be casualty reports. There's going to be numbers involved because there is in warfare, right?
Mm-hmm. But all combat, if you're,
Yeah.
if you're RPG, there's still numbers, because it's not about like people that hate math. I get it or whatever, but literally the way human beings do comparison always involves numbers.
Yeah.
I mean, and people go, well, what are you talking about? I can call it little and then I can call it big. And I go, yeah, but that's just you eyeballing it. If you want to really find out who wins, it's more than that. And you need numbers. If you want to find out who can carry more stuff, it's numbers. Who can shoot farther, who can throw farther. It's always ends up being a numerical comparison. So yeah, there very well may be. But if you play, see, here's the thing. One of the other weird debates that goes on, or conversations, is war games versus RPGs and all this stuff. There was a guy on Twitter today that was like, well, I'm trying to see what kind of connection the two are. Now, here's a guy who's never played a war game. That's fine. Not everybody's got to play everything. But he's searching around for this connection because I don't think he's ever seen a real war game. He's probably heard people talk about them. But if he'd play a couple, he'd go, well, there's really not that much difference. But for some reason somewhere, and I don't really fully understand why it happened to 100% degrees, but other than nobody wanted to be a ref in wargaming. Being a ref in wargaming was watching two other people play a game, and you interpreting the rules for them. It wasn't fun. It was a chore, and that's probably why it died away. When we did it, we had a round robin, and hey, it's your turn to be the referee. And that didn't last long, because all of a sudden people started playing hooky. Oh, I'm the referee this week. Well, sorry, man, I got this thing, and then it was over. But if you treat it like role playing, and you let the DM be that kind of, it's a referee in wargaming or GM or whatever the hell. But if you let them be like the DM in gaming, where they come up with a scenario, they come up with the forces, they present all the information, they arbitrate everything, and you just do it from the idea of being a dungeon master, where you explain to people, here's what you see. You see the valley and the forest here, but you can't see any farther than that. And you've got a map that's different from their map, because your DM map has everything on it, but they can only see certain parts and stuff like that. If you played it like that, it would be a phenomenally better experience than cracking open an old 1970s war game box, which were fun, but it ended up just being a giant game of chess, because you had two dudes or gals or whoever, just two opponents, and they could see everything, and they had to set it up, and they had to figure it all out themselves. Real war gaming, the way it started, was you had an umpire, a ref. Play that way, it'll be a different thing. And you, just like we were talking about before, if you have somebody like myself, or if you use my service at some point, hopefully somebody, you know, that I can hire that'll do the same thing. But or you can do it yourself with the product, is bring that DM to the thing. Changes everything. Now you don't have to know a shitload of numbers. If you don't know what kind of tanks you're commanding, that could be a problem. You do have to have some knowledge of the force and a little bit of I can't just go, here's a, if you don't know what a Sherman tank versus Stuart tank is, you got to learn. But that's not learning every nut and bolt on the sucker either. It's just knowing, oh, that little one's the Sherman or the Stuart, and that big one's the Sherman. And then you can just go, I want my boys or gals or people, depending on, to go hit that hill. And the umpire says, okay, then here's the orders, blah, blah, blah. That's what he wants. Okay. And then they crunch the numbers that you don't have to crunch. You don't need, and again, immersion being the key. Don't talk about the numbers. Just say your guys are hitting that hill. It's going well, or it's not going well. More dramatic than
you
that.
might get an after action report.
Right.
Saying,
You're gonna get something from
50% casualties.
Yeah,
you have this many
even
units
more
left.
than that. It'll be very, very, even more than that. It won't just be numbers. It'll be, if I do, it'll be something good. Like, hey, who's the commander of that outfit? Lieutenant, Stryker. Okay. Lieutenant Stryker reports, sir, we took the hill. The resistance was heavy. There was tons of artillery fire. We had to retreat. We've lost 40% casualties. We can't continue. Please pull us back. Something like that. It'll be dramatic. It'll be a story instead of a bunch of numbers being crunched, and it'll change everything for everybody. Then you'll find it an interesting thing to play if you're a role player.
I can attest to that being more interesting because we did do a playthrough on D-Day.
Mm-hmm.
That was exactly like, now it was just a playthrough, just one-on-one, just me and Storm.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't know what to expect. I mean, I knew how many starting troops I had. It was just a small unit. And I was in command of, like, what was it, 7 or 8 guys, something like that. But it was not what I envisioned a war game would be like at all. There were personalities to the guys. There was drama involved. There was, it wasn't all about, number crunching or weapon types. It was more about the people involved and about the decisions. Like, there was some stuff about what you could see and what you couldn't see, what you could fire on and what you couldn't fire on. But it got really dramatic, actually, when one of my guys got hit and there was no way to save him. And I actually felt it felt emotional to me. It wasn't just a kind of, oh, you lost one dude and you have 7 left. It was done in a way that was,
he had a name,
Yeah, the guy had a name. He had
an origin.
His buddies there were like, what can we do, to save him, kind of thing. It was,
he had a name, and he was from Brooklyn, New York, and he was a young kid. It was an homage to it was in June. It was right around D-Day, the anniversary. It was a big anniversary, and it was kind of
it was either right on D-Day or just before, but just before,
right. And so we did it just, that's the way you personalize this stuff. You make it interesting as opposed to some, clinical mathematical comparison. Is these are, and that's what it was. Thinking all these men, all these young boys that ended up getting killed trying to save us from this terror. And when you give them some personality, they're not just like she says, it's not just some nameless toy soldier that got flicked over because I rolled a 10. It's Jimmy Durant from Brooklyn. He was 19, and his brother's over in the Pacific, and his mom is going to be heartbroken. That kind of shit. So
and it wasn't like he's lost 75% of his health, or he's down 15 hit points or anything like that. It's he's got a severe wound, and
Right.
he's bleeding out, and we don't have enough equipment, because it was a bad situation. I mean, a lot of those guys, they were getting fired on as they were landing,
Yeah.
because this was the paratrooper units,
Yeah.
and so they're during all that fire from coming from the ground, they didn't all land where they were supposed to,
There
and
was no
units
medic.
were,
Yeah.
yeah, it was a bit chaotic. And in fact, in the team that I was playing, I didn't even know everybody that was in because some of them were people who landed nearby just by happenstance because of their helicopter was under fire when they were jumping. So,
Airplane, but who's
or
counting?
airplane, whatever. Sorry. Yeah,
But
I'm
yeah.
sorry, wrong war. But yeah,
Hmm. But yeah,
but they
and
didn't land in the zone that they were supposed to because they were taking fire.
yeah.
So
So and you can do that with large units too. It's a little bit of a different vibe, it's a little different role playing thing. But if you want to play D-Day as General Eisenhower and his staff, and have the whole battle at your fingertips, and you're still getting reports from places, you're still getting communiques saying, sir, intelligence update on third division or whatever, 29th division, they've taken this village, and uh, they're 2 hours behind schedule, plan is going moderately well, whatever, those kind of things. But there'll be contextual words that, as opposed to, like we keep saying, opposed to just a bunch of numbers. Not that it won't be numbers, you got to know how many people, you got to know the casualty rates and stuff like that, but it won't just be that. It won't be war games where you roll a die and you look at a chart and the chart has some weird esoteric phraseology like elim 1 or something like that. Those games had to be that way because they had limited amounts of space to print. Eliminated one step, that's what it meant. It was just this code that you had to decipher and then apply that to your troops. Not here. Sir, we lost 2/3 of our people. We're under fire. And it creates a story as opposed to a game. So, and you can do that with anything. So,
And now I do want to say too, depending on who's playing, in some cases you may want to, because it was extremely emotional for me, and partly my granddad was in World War II, so I think that was a big part of it because it kind of it there was a realism to it that made me feel like, oh my God, this is the kind of stuff that he would have seen and would have been a part of, and just me pretending in that made me feel like it was, I felt, I don't know, I was in it, after so many turns of moving these guys around, and what does this guy see, and what's going on now, and how are we going to get to that position that we need to get to, and all of that kind of stuff. By the time something actually happened that caused him to get shot, and I gave the order, he was on point, and so I felt it. It wasn't just I don't know. I can't really, when you're in the picture like that, when you're actually involved in the role playing without all of the numbers and it's all narrative, you feel it more because it's not just, you know, oh, I'm marking these numbers down and this is what I got
yeah,
left, and you
personalizes
know,
them. Yeah.
yeah,
Hmm.
yeah. Sorry, I'm probably repetitive there, but it was just a unique experience. Anyone who's had any kind of real combat, who I mean, you might want to be cautious about that if you do, and play with someone who's understanding of how they portray that, because it can be very impactful even for someone like me who's never been anywhere near combat,
Yeah,
just
I think I
family
appreciate
members
it.
who have.
You do a great job and I appreciate the kudos, because that's what we're trying to do. Now, I think that maybe there was some added fuel in that. There was a lot of discussion on it. When the anniversaries come up, it's everywhere, and you
Right,
watch some
it was a
wreaths
lot
being
of
put on
news.
graves, and all that stuff that kind of
Right.
builds it up. So, and everybody's talking about it because it was an important thing at the time. It's an important thing
Yeah,
now,
yeah.
and So that probably fueled a little bit of the drama too. But like you say, having a personal connection does it. But that was the point. There's a guy named Joseph Mochhauser III, and he's not the first, but he's one of the early folks that says, um, let's try to personalize these guys a little bit. It really changes the landscape of the game for a couple of reasons. One, it becomes a little bit more role playing, becomes a little more dramatic. But he wasn't doing it to be cruel or that he liked to watch people die or anything like that. But the other reason is if you have some attachment to them,
You
both
play
in
it
that
differently.
you play it. You're not going to throw this shit away in some ridiculous desperate charge because who cares? Especially if you're going to play more than one battle at a time. That's why I always liked campaigns over scenarios, and very quickly went into campaigns because in a scenario, that's it. Whether you win or lose is the end of the game. So who cares if you just do some ridiculous last minute charge? I got to get to this point, but I'm not quite there. Well, who cares if they die? They're going to die trying. But if you have to worry about, hey, tomorrow they got to take a different hill, you'll you won't be unrealistically reckless. So those two things put together created more of a started to infuse more role playing into these old miniature games that they were
Well,
doing.
the other thing too is when you're given orders to, you know, private, you know, he's got a name,
Right,
and you're given an order to that versus saying, yeah, I got 20 troops over on the left flank over here. I want to send 15 of them to try and
right,
take that hill and leave 5 behind to, guard their flank or whatever.
yeah,
That's all numbers. You're just playing. You've got a bunch of pawns you're divvying up,
hmm,
but it's different when they've got
yeah,
names.
yeah, yeah,
And they've got,
yeah,
or they might quip back at you when you tell them, "You're on point, soldier." And he's like, Again? Why is it always me?"
right,
And then he gets shot,
yeah,
and you're like, "Oh."
right. But you can still even at a higher echelon, it's still a different experience to play this way. And a higher echelon meaning I'm not somebody controlling 5 or 6 guys whose names I know. I'm General so and so commanding 20 or 30,000 guys whose names I don't know because I can't learn the name of every man under my control. That doesn't mean that the personalization that comes with this style of play goes away. It's a slightly different thing, but it's still there. And uh, especially if you've got people who are willing, as far as players, that are willing to be as enthusiastic and about the role playing as they are about the game themselves. Some people just go, I
Yeah.
just want to play a war game. I don't like all that stuff. I like to push the things around. And that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. But and you can use the system to do that. You don't have to have a GM. There's ways to play war games using paracosmic convergence.
Or you can discuss with your GM what your expectations are for the game. You don't wanna have too much of the emotional side of things.
Yeah,
We kinda
you
did
can
that
always
when
do
it
that
was
safety of
D-Day. We kind of did that intentionally because, well, partly because of my grandfather, to be honest. I wanted to kind of do something that was personalized, to that the men were men, not just units or pieces or,
Mhm.
you know, nameless numbers on a board. I wanted
Yeah.
it to be more,
Mhm.
um, to honor what, those guys really did risk for everybody else.
Right. So right, it was sometimes you get people go, well, that's not an appropriate way to yeah, but it is. And it
Yeah,
World War II
didn't
Museum
I
has a war
didn't
game
view it as
every
like,
time. Every time they
yeah,
do that, they play, and it's an old. They do that. I don't.
yeah.
Yeah, but it was that it was an homage. It was our way of tributing, doing a tribute to those guys that actually had to go through that. So yeah,
Yeah, and, honestly, when I was thinking about doing it, because I debated about it, I'm like, "Do I wanna do that? Is it, like, making it seem like it's just a game, like, trivializing what they did?" But then I thought, there are games already that are war games that are based on that war,
Yeah,
and they are just unit numbers, and it
yeah,
is just about numbers and decisions and calculations, and I felt like this would be a way to make it more human
yeah, yep,
because it was a human thing. These were real people taking real risks
yep,
for something that had real consequences in our world.
right. And it did. And if that's a heavy too heavy
Oh,
for
it's
you,
heavy. Yeah,
we
I'm actually getting
you can
emotional right now just
you
talking about it again.
right.
So,
So
yeah.
you can go play some, some Wild West for the hell of it. You can go play some dungeon crawl. The system will do everything. That's the thing that's great. It'll do any genre and it'll do any tabletop game. I don't have right now plastic pieces that I can include in a game, but it should hit, you know, that's the next step. But if you've got a game like an old Avalon Hill game, you can use paracosmic convergence. And I'm a huge Avalon Hill fanboy. Great stuff. Um, so I this isn't some flippant, but I guarantee if you use paracosmic convergence instead of their rules, you'd be amazed how much of a different and maybe even better experience it is. But or if you're one for arts and crafts, or if you're good with art programs, you can make your own war game pieces and your own war game map and use paracosmic convergence to play it out. Now, again, I understand that talking about things that haven't happened, but there's only so much that people in their, on a shoestring can do. But eventually, putting out those kinds of games that can be used with a standard set of rules from Paracosmic Convergence
Hey, you
will
gotta
come out.
start
War game.
somewhere,
You
right?
got to start somewhere, right? And but you can do all sorts of things. You want to play? I remember playing with Mark's Toy Soldiers, Cowboys versus Aliens, and then I had some dinosaurs, and I put them out there and say, "You want to do stuff like that? You can do whatever you want with it." You can mix Roman soldiers with modern special forces. I mean, I understand people go, well, that sounds like you get your ass kicked. Well, maybe, but you can do what you want and use your imagination to mix and match whatever you want, any way you want, to get whatever effect you want out of it. Yeah, they might wipe out some legionnaires with machine guns, but whatever you want to do. War of the Worlds, yeah, because one of the things that's I have a way to make your own monsters, your own enemies, and they don't have to be fantasy monsters. You can make your own aliens and stuff like that. Um, and it's like I would like to print out a lot of books, and I'm not going to be completely. I mean, I'm trying to sell you something. To, no reason not to hide that fact. I think we all know that's what's up. So if I could make more books to sell you, that'd be great. So I'd love to be able to make you big books filled with monsters. But there's a lot of reasons why after a while that you just can't keep making them. So if you have an editor where the talk about a value, instead of buying volumes worth of books with stats, you can make yourself volumes of monsters out of your own head, all you want. And if you want to make a monster that already exists and convert it to paracosmic convergence, great. Now you can use that same editor to do that. So now you have an unlimited deal, even though that I'd rather, my pocketbook would prefer I kept making you those, and it doesn't mean I won't at some point if they're, but I like to give people value, and editors give you value, generators give you value. I have map generators, planet generators. You can generate a campaign, an adventure, an entire galaxy with all the generators that are going to come with this system. I have something called the Wayfarer, where you can, what kind. I don't have anything for a game, but I got people coming over in 2 hours. What am I going to do? roll some dice. Where are you going to start? Are you going to start in the tavern, or are you going to start in the town hall? Are you going to start in the forest? It's got all the starting place. Okay, well, what's the scenario about? Well, we're going to look for you, roll it up. Oh, magic item. Okay, well, who wants you to get it? Oh, the king. Well, who has it? The evil witch. Okay, well, where's she? And the whole shebang from start to finish. Not every hex in detail, but enough to give you a framework where you can make some maps real quick, or or play old school and make the players make the maps as you march them around. But you got hex generators, you got dungeon generators, you got all sorts of generators, so you can just generate the dungeon or the territory that you're traversing to get to the evil witch and steal the sword back from her or whatever it is, top to bottom. So it's great. Tony's got a question. Tony, so for the people that are listening, is there a way for them to try it out? Where can they go test it out? They can yeah, that's good. Good thinking there, Tony. You can play test with us, me and Magenta, via appointment, because Magenta's got lots of things going on. Me, not so much, so you can always just play with me. Magenta sounds like she's fallen asleep.
No, I'm here. I'm sniffly still, so I had the mute on.
Oh, the mute. That's what it was. I was thinking that she got cut out. Anyway, we're going to give you the invite in a second when all the buttons get pushed the right way. All right. No limit. Okay. All right. There it is. And you can come to this Discord and Leanna or Storm can be tagged, and we'll get the message and tell us, hey, I want to try out Paracosmic Convergence. You can get it. Now, unfortunately, there are some vandals. There are some spam people in Discord, and temporarily we've had to tighten up security when you come through. So it's going to ask you to do a couple of things. I'm sorry, but it's for everybody's online safety. So not difficult. You don't going to have to make anything up, give any phone numbers that I'm aware of. I think you just have to, be a verified member. But then, and I'm not getting any money out of that. I'm just making sure people aren't wrecking my stuff. Sorry. But then you get in there, and once you're in, tag us, and we'll put you in the channel, and you can go ahead and play. We'll tell you where, when, and how. We'll work with you on schedule, all that sort of stuff, so that we can get you in to test the game out. The test game is a fantasy game called Zymax's Tower. The scenario is that there's a small principality, a small independent kingdom within a larger realm, nestled within the forest. And they have very rare crops, herbs, and things that are useful for medicinal and magic purposes. A mighty orc empire has been encroaching through the vast forest that surrounds this little principality, and they were raiding farms and villages in this little kingdom. The wizard Zymax is big into experimentation and trying to further magic, kind of a scientist magic, a magician. So anyway, he's
a mad scientist. Oh, sorry.
That's right. And so he went to the king, and they made a deal. He said, if I can have a percentage of your crop yield, I have a advanced version of force field that I can cast, and I can protect you from the orcish raids that are harassing you and the army that's coming with the barrier. So the barrier has started to break down, and the king is starting to get very nervous, and he doesn't know what happened. Zymax has not shown up for his latest crop yield, and
Mhm.
nobody's heard from him for quite some time. So
He was abducted by aliens.
it
That's
could
my
be
bet.
that, might be
Yeah,
that.
we don't
It
know.
might be with Jimmy Hoffa. It might have been, but nobody knows. So you're being paid by the king to go to Ziomax's tower in the forest, past the force field, an orc
In the
ridden
danger zone.
highway right to it, and find out what happened. Make contact with Ziomax if you can, and say, "Hey, bro, we need the wall back up." And
Is that how we're gonna talk to him? I mean, really? Hey,
hey,
bro.
try, bro. It might be endearing. It might seem like you're chill, friendly. Maybe hang loose. I don't know. Go with it any way you want, but that's the storyline. Is you're going out to this tower to try to find said bro, said dude, and say, hey, need that wall back.
I prefer to go old school. Wherefore art thou, Zymax?
That's right. So you just call from them from the bottom of the tower. That way you don't have to go in. But it's just a quick little, maybe a little cliche story, but that's okay. Just a little intro that gives you a taste of the system um, without making some major investment in either time or other commitments. So it's a fun little
Can I
one-off.
be a princess who rides an alligator?
You can in Paracosmic Convergence. You can be anything you want at any time. That does not fit into our small little introductory scenario. But sorry, but you
Oh,
can do it
I want to
elsewhere.
be a princess who rides an alligator and has a lance and a big shield.
There you go. You can do that. Let's
Yeah,
roll that character up.
yeah.
Right on.
It's always been my dream.
Oh, pff,
No, I'm
okay.
kidding. I just made that up. It is about the time of night where I start to get a little bit loopy.
Yeah,
So
that's okay.
I
Enjoy.
think I may have to call it quits. Me and
Mm.
my alligator are going to ride off to into the sunset, and I'm going to take a nap.
Oh, really? You never want to play no games no more.
Well, it's not that, but I have been sick, and my granddaughter came over for a visit today, and she had a fever of 102.
Hot
So
blooded. Sorry, I can't stop myself from singing
yeah,
stupid.
poor thing. I had to give her ice packs for her head. She had a terrible headache. I'm a bit worried about meningitis.
Ooh, is she in your house?
She's not in my house now, but she's a teenager. She's had a bad headache for 2 days with this, and she's also got body aches. So it could just be regular flu. But hey, Tony wants to be a knight that rides an alligator and carries a lance as well. That's really cool. We can have a whole team of alligators riding into combat. I think that would be awesome. They can move pretty fast. A lot of people don't know that. But you have to have the saddle that we have to have on them is you can't really sit on an alligator and ride them. You have to have a standing saddle, you know, and you have to have long reins on them,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
with a hinge that you can release so you can clamp their jaws shut when you don't want them to turn around and bite you on the face.
So according to the ticker, we've got 6 people in YouTube watching. We appreciate your patronage and
Absolutely.
your observation. If you haven't yet, please like, subscribe, share, get the word out. Come on in, get more involved, have something to say. We love conversation, um, and we love just to talk shop and stuff like that. So don't be shy.
And please do pop in and tell Storm that Magenta is right about everything. Okay.
Right,
I,
right.
I would really appreciate it.
We gotta. Yeah, it was a little bit of a, but that's okay. So
Yes, I have. Well, she is not quite a teenager yet, but she's getting there. But I do have a teenage grandson. He's 13 now. So yeah, it's amazing, isn't it?
Mhm.
I can't believe it myself. And my grandson is officially taller than me now. We just discovered that tonight.
Wow.
Yeah. Yep. So I'm shrinking. He's getting taller. I think he's stealing pieces of my spine. That's what I think is happening.
Mm, mm, mm.
I know, right? It's incredible. Time just keeps going. Like, you want to go, hey, stop for a while, but it won't. It just won't. Which is why you got to act fast now, subscribe, like, and share with no pressure. But imagine there was pressure.
Yeah, yeah, just right.
Oh, I should stop before I get even punchier.
Mhm, mhm. Yeah,
So,
it's been a long time there, Tony. Been a long time.
yeah.
Well, so when's the next one when we don't do a Punch and Judy in the middle of it?
Well, Judy, I was thinking,
Oh, there you
well,
go.
I told you I'm already punchy, so I have to be punched.
There you go.
Yeah, just kidding.
Oh well,
No, we have been doing them Wednesdays, but I mean, I'm thinking we might be able to do them more frequently, but you
that would
could
be great.
count on, yeah. But I think those need to be like pop-up shows. I hope that's okay because I do have
Well,
familiar
just
responsibilities, but I will say it would be really cool. I mean, Wednesdays
do
for sure.
9 p.m.
9 p.m. is the time that seems to work the best for everybody.
every night,
Um,
9 p.m.
every night, 9 p.m.
Yeah.
Um, yeah, you obviously I know you can be available at 9 p.m. tomorrow if you want. It's very possible that I will, unless my granddaughter's going to the ER for the
Well, sure. I mean,
yeah.
yeah. We
If
yeah.
that should happen, then I'm gonna be tied up, but if
I
it
think
doesn't, I will be there.
we can make a run at number two, and then maybe if we can get past number two, then maybe we can take on number one. Uh, I in the standings of YouTube. Yeah,
Oh,
you know what I meant,
okay.
right?
I think so, yep. So, yeah, we'll work on, topics for tomorrow. We'll get together tomorrow and talk about that, and
There's also some streaming that can be going. Uh, One thing that well, I just implemented that I found out might be able to we could play together, if not more than one two people, is I got some old games that are still very fun, um, and the system is free and it does support networked play. So
wow,
it's
okay.
a it's a like so you be play like back in the day, you would have the two controllers plugged into the same video game system, and then you could sit next to each other and play.
Yeah, like a
Right,
LAN
right.
party, yep.
Yeah, but before that, it was just to say, like
Direct
Atari had,
connect.
you know what I mean?
Uh-huh.
Like you had Nintendo and it had two controls, and you could play two player, and you
Oh, yeah, gotcha, yeah.
like that. It's meant to do that with those old games, but over the internet. So player one and player two can be over the internet. I don't.
Okay.
So I'm going to try to see if it works, and maybe we can do that because I know like some. It's amazing how many people like to watch other people play games. So I'd like to do some of that too. You know, what do you think?
Okay. Well, if it's the older style games, like, some of those Nintendo
That's a good
games
one.
and
Yeah, you might
yeah, there
be into
I'm
that.
not you might wanna get Tony to help you with that one because I am not so good with those. Have
Well, I
you
got
ever
other
seen me play
games.
Pac-Man? Like, I die in, like, 3 seconds.
That's true. Well, we got other ones we can do too. Um,
Oh, hospital noise could make an interesting background. There's a lot of noise in there. Yeah, their Wi-Fi's not the best either, but, I could.
so one last thing. Let's see. Um, how are we doing on other places, on other straight? Magenta wanted to know what the numbers were from other things, right?
Yes, I did.
Okay. The live boarding action. 72 views in 3 days. Live boarding action part 2, which is
Oh yeah.
that's only got 19 for whatever reason. So yeah, we're doing all right. Here's the here. Let's do this.
How about we say goodnight to our guests here for this, and then we'll go over numbers and stats and all that boring stuff on our own.
Okay. All righty.
All righty. Thank you guys again for tuning in. As always, it's a pleasure to have you guys watching. And, please feel free to pop on into the Discord. And, the different links that we broadcast on. Good question, Tony. So we do broadcast out to Twitch and to X and YouTube currently.
Yeah, which may expand in the future. But right now, that's where we're at.
Yeah.
But coming soon, likely more. Kick is going to be one. Maybe Instagram if we can get it working. And Facebook if I can figure it out. So far, I really haven't been able to figure it out. But those will be some of the other ones we'll be getting on to soon.
Well, let me know what I need to do on my end to participate with that.
We'll try to get into something. I like StreamYards. I made a commitment, sign a contract with them till sometime in March or something that comes up, I believe, to get a good deal. And unfortunately, they're raising their prices significantly after that, and I cannot keep up with it. It's just too expensive. It's over $50 a month, and I can't handle it. I really shouldn't be paying what I'm paying now, but it is a good deal. It's not their fault. I'm poor. But we'll be switching to some other streaming platform. But I believe that'll open it up so that we can multicast to more places. So.
Well, I sure hope so, because I would love to make sure that we get out there and places where it's more convenient for folks and other platforms that they may be using. So definitely looking forward to that. But I am about to fall asleep on you guys, so I am going to call it a night. And again, thanks everyone for hanging out, and we will see you again. I'll see you on either Tuesday or Wednesday for sure, but possibly tomorrow if everything goes well.
All righty. Sounds
all righty. Good. And until then, happy gaming.
Yep. Have a good one. Let's just see. I just want to see one thing before I turn it off. Oh, okay. Yep. You too. Thanks for hanging out, Tony. We'll talk to you again soon. Someday I'll turn on my phone. Pay the bill.
It's Campaigns and Conquests. Let's play TTRPGs done right. Wargames and gaming with Storm and Magenta tonight. We got a new system best you'll ever see. A power cosmic convergence of distant masterpiece.